Live coverage of the Alabama Bass Trail 100 Series is presented by Black Rifle Coffee and sponsored by Phoenix Boats, by T.H. Marine, Amherst Federal Credit Union, American Bait Works, Bill Penny Automotive, by Garmin, Big Bite Baits, with Dowie Marine, Bahio Sunglasses, by Loose Fishing, Strike King, and by Sweet Home Alabama. Live coverage begins now.
That's it, boys and girls. You heard it. It's the Alabama Bass Trail 100. Presented by Black Rifle Coffee this morning. Phoenix Boats always are presenting sponsors all of our events on the Alabama Bass Trail. We're glad you can be a part of it. This ABT 100 is kind of special. It's not like our typical ABT events where we have 225 boats taking off at a random lake around Alabama. This is a 3-event special. There's 100 total boats taking off this morning, a chance at $25,000 for the first place prize. We pay down to the top 20. So again, some of the best anglers around the country. One of the things of note last night in dinner that I didn't notice is called the ABT 100, where we usually have more than half of our field in the ABT events are Alabama anglers. Here on the ABT 100, less than half of the anglers from the state of Alabama. So that's something a little different, but it shows you some of the talent also from around the country, around the region. They're going to be out here today trying to win their fair share of the total prize. I'd like to thank all of our sponsors. Without them, it would not be possible. We're at Millers Ferry. It's the second stop of 3 events. Who's going to wear that title belt at the end of the championship? Who's going to take it at Smith Lake at the final stop? It was so long ago, back in January, when we kicked off the ABT 100s. That was at Lakewood Dowie. We crowned one champion there. We're going to have a champion here. We're going to have a champion in our final one. And we'll see who has the most points at the end of the year, and will be titled our Angler of the Year. We kick things off because these guys are ready to go and take off. They want to get that early morning bite. It looks like we are good, John. The light's going to be good. I think it's time. Do it just like we do every time. I want to remind all the anglers, only go by on my left-hand side slowly and then get on plane. Nobody's going to pass you on the front end. Again, there's only 100 boats to deal with. So I'd like to ask everyone, if they would, please rise, take off your hats, pay tribute to all of our soldiers here in the U.S. and around the world with a playing of our national anthem. For the land of the free and the home of the brave. That's all I got for you, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, guys, want to remind everyone, if you would, died on me there, too. Again, land of the free, home of the brave. I want to remind all the anglers, stay idle until we get to the channel. So stay idle till you get to the channel. If everybody can pass me on the left. Sorry about our technical difficulties there. Again, we're in Camden, Alabama. It's out here just a little bit, but we got the best of the best ready to hit the trail the first time. Everybody's going to be chasing Rusty White and Brian Elder. They won the first ABT 100 event. But literally, they're going to be chasing boat number 1. You are free to go. Let's bring them on up of our 100 boats taking off this morning. Jeff Cannon, Terry Tucker, you are free to release. Boat number 2, Nathan Harbison, Charlie Harbison, you are free to release. The first flight checks in at 2:30 this afternoon at Bridgeport Landing here. Boat number 3, Mike Hood and Adam Lynn, you are free to go. Followed by boat number 4, Luke Duncan, Trey Swindle, 5th in the Dowie event, 5th in Angler of the Year points. Boat number 5, Jake Hartley, James Swindle, you are free to release. Dang, back-to-back Swindle boats. That's got to be some juju right there. Boat number 6, DJ Evans, Art Nubarian. I knew I'd get it. It's dark. I couldn't see it. Boat number 7, Benji Seaborn, Dustin Seaborn, you are free to go. Thank you guys for staying slow on the idle this morning. Make sure you say your boat numbers as you go by me. I forgot to remind you about that, just so I know. I know. You're such a good-looking team, Seaborn. Boat number 8, Brian Adamson. Ryan Lloyd, second in the Angler of the Year points. Thank you, guys. Boat number 9, Will Tager. Ray Baker, you are free to go. Again, call out your boat number. Even if I've called you, make sure you yell out your boat number. Thank you, sir. Boat number 10, Eddie Chappell. Johnny McCombs, you are free to release. Thank you, guys. Boat number 11, Daniel Smith. Jeremy Holden. Y'all get slow rolling. Ain't nobody going to pass you, but y'all can slow roll it at a decent little clip here. Just no wake, right? Boat number 12, we got Jeff Ritchie, Charlie Cummings. Boat 13, Matt Webb. James Fountain free to go. They're lucky number 13 today, hopefully, right? Boat number 14, James Scott, James Booker. Boat number 14. Again, identify yourself as you make your way by. Let Lorianne show everybody around the world just how good looking you are this morning on the Alabama Bass Trail 100. Scott and Booker on boat number 14. Boat number 15, where are you at? Rusty Mass, Cody Farr, right over there to the right. And white Vexus. Boat number 16, Robert Robinson, Morgan Brown. There you go. Boat number 16 coming through on the right. Boat number 17, where you at? Matt Green, Jacob Walkers. Y'all go ahead and lead me into these. I don't want to go so slow. Y'all can help a brother out. Jamie Campbell, Jim Lester. And again, hey, but this is a lesson on what no wake looks like. This is exactly what a no wake zone looks like. Green and Walker in the 17-18, Jamie Campbell, Jim Lester. Boat number 19, Paul Davis, Josh Chappell. Where you is? They're over there to the right. Good luck, guys. Thank you for dinner last night. Very delicious. I've ate it again this morning. Rusty White Jr., Brian Elder. I said everybody's going to be looking to them. That boat behind that canvas right there, the one to be looking for, the Wadowee Marine champions in that white and green entry. Look out for White and Elder. It's everybody else's job to knock them off of the title. Josh Banford, Daryl Baker, boat number 21. You are free to go. Thank you. And that white bullet there, boat number 22. Nick Turner, Joe Lay. Joe Lay rhymes with Olay. If you win, can you go Olay? Good luck, guys. Boat number 23, John Pollard. Tim Watkins, you are free to go. Boat 24, Waylon Mullins, Justin Hamner, free to release. They're just behind. Thank you for going solo today. Good. Yeah, I know. I got you. Hey, there's no reason you can't catch them all, right? It can be Hamner time with you in there. Good luck, bro. Jesse Wiggins, Jordan Wiggins in the 25 boat. Boat number 26, Mo Spence, Tyler Temple. You're free to release. Boat number 27, David Pear, Jimmy Mason, fourth in Angler of the Year points. Jimmy been guiding. You've been whacking them too lately, huh? You guys have been doing pretty good. You've been putting them on their spots. Boat number 28, Phil Dukes, Bailey Dukes. Is it the Dukes of Millers Ferry? Good luck, gentlemen. Trey Wade, Leon Wade, and boat number 29. You're free to go. Again, guys, y'all get slow rolling. You know how to do this. We got pros in here. Guys from all over. Slow. Trey Wade, Leon Wade, Rob Lee, Steve Winslet, boat number 30. There they are. Big bite baits looking good on the side of that Phoenix boat. Ben Williamson, Bo Williamson. Bo knows fishing. Let's hope he knows fishing on Millers Ferry. Again, the first flight checks in at 2:30. Just a reminder here at Bridgeport Landing. Boat number 37, Wesley Sams, Jeremy Tomlin in the 32. Good luck, fellas. Boat number 33, Brent Crow. John Maynard, where you is? Crow's probably just waking up. It's all right. You knew what number you were. He really can't even count to 33. He's just guessing. That's him right there to the right. John Collins, Derek Hicks. Now you're good. They were waiting on you. They're the only ones mad, Brent. You got another angry Phoenix boat just behind you. They're third in Angler of the Year. Good luck, guys. Keep on that momentum. Boat 35, Brad Williams, Chad Williams, you are free to go. Again, work your way up here if you know I've already called those other guys. Boat 36, Jimmy Whaley, Terry Adams. Again, make sure when you come by us, say your boat name, boat number. I know your name. Boat number 37, where are you at? The Flak Attack. Ethan and Jaggy Flak. Boat number 37. Boat 38, Lucas Black, Lee Black. You are free to go. Again, say your boat numbers. Thank you, guys. 36, 37. There's 38, 39. You're doing so good, Tim. Mark McKay at the helm. Boat number 39, Tim Hurst, Mark McKay. Good luck, fellas. You know how to get in line, don't you? You listen in elementary school. They are doing slow today. Mark Condren, Ted Paisley. They're used to like those Elite Series events where they want them super slow. And yeah, no, not us. We need to get out there and fish. Travis Clement, Ricky Clement, boat number 41. Thank you, guys. You're free to go. Boat 42, Randy Waddell, and we've got Kevin Nunley in that boat. Thank you, guys. I'm glad y'all wore the same thing. You're looking good. You're matching. Both catch 5-pounders. You'll be good, right? Waddell and Nunley to 42. 43, Kevin Allman, Jack Tibbs, Richard Petty entry, that beautiful white Phoenix boat. Look at the rod locker you got going on the back there. Dude, you are hooked up like a tow truck. You are a co-angler's dream in that boat. Who we got? We got Hurst. We got Matt Hurst, Roy Hurst in the 44. Yep. Hashtag Team Hurst. Ready to do it again. Take another win on the Alabama Bass Trail. The 44. Boat 45. Thomas Roach, Kevin Williams. You are free to go. Guys, you go ahead and start working your way this way. We've called out half, and y'all are hanging out awful deep. Boat number 46, Jed Lamb and Blake Hall. You are free to go. Again, we do have a lot of new people, too. I didn't even think about that. Lee Varner, Billy Adamson at boat number 47. Again, please identify yourself as you make your way up. Just let me know what boat number you are. That way I can hear you. Boat number 48, John Kellett and Robert Story. $47, good job. Boat number 48, you see right there. There's 48. That's Kellett's Story. Boat number 49, John Hearn, Brian Martin. Just going solo, though. It's okay. You can catch them all. Boat number 50, final boat of this flight, John Brown, Trey Thrills. That's how you do it, my man. It ain't your first ABT rodeo. Brown and Sorrells, boat number 50, 51, Eric Morris, Big E, Alex Davis. Good luck, guys. Boat 52, Lavoie Lemon, Zach Lemon, 52, longtime ABT anglers. Boat 53, Odie Murphy, Dylan Murphy. Brother Murphy. I wonder if they got a Charlie Murphy as their brother. That'd be awesome. Zach Hester, Hunter Billingsley in the 54 boat. Boat number 55, Matt Johnson, Trevor Roddick. Is it Roddick? Did I get it right? Is it Radish? It's like a radish, but different. We'll figure it out. They're working their way up. Hey, I want those people around the world to know these guys listen to me. They are paying attention on the slow idle heading out. So is it Raddick or Raddick? Raddick. I got it right. Yeah, you did. Good. Hang on. Nolan Spencer, Robbie Spencer in the 56 boat. There they are, looking good as always. Got that UT, the other UT hat on. I got to say the other UT. Not the original. Jace Thompson, Thomas Eaton, boat 57. Good luck, guys. Tear them up out there. 58, Thomas Garbaz. We've got Jonathan Garbaz. Let's find out what they do today. Boat 59, Troy Simback, Terry McCormick. Troy and Terry got me confused on now. I went dyslexic. Boat 60, Terry Fisher, Chris Newton. You are free to go. Good luck, gentlemen. Boat number 61, Austin Archer, Charles Estes to the 61 boat. Working their way out there in the Winter Homes LLC Nitro Z21. What boat number were you? 60. Boat number 60. Boat 61, Austin Archer, Charles Estes to 61. Scott Wiley Sr., Scott Wiley Jr. That's a lot of Scott Wileys in that boat. Good luck, gentlemen. CJ Knight, Mitchell Jennings, you are free to release in the 63. We are breaking records here on our extended launch. Boat 64, Mickey McHenry, Kim Carver in that 64 boat, looking good. See, that's solid. See, I heard you. I heard you. And that's why Paul Davis, recover, reconstruct, and restore gets more ad time. Woo! What number were you again? 64! 65, Thomas Shelton and Andy Cobb. You are free to go. Good luck, guys. Alpha Insurance, boat 66, Hunter Betts, Cameron Robinson. Next up on the line, let's bring up our next pair, 67, Stephen Ryan, Jerry Henniger. Again, you pay for one, you pay for them all. That doesn't mean you have to show up. Boat 68, Greg Werner. We've got Kairu O'Brien. Boat 69, Roman Calvert, Shannon Calvert. You are free to go. Again, say your boat numbers. You work your way by us. I want to look up and get all dizzy. I know. I got you. That's how you do it. Boat 69 been called. Calvert and Calvert. 70 boat. Where you at? Jeremy Bass, Justin Coxwell. Again, keep rolling out there. If one's missing, you can go ahead and skip them. Good job, guys. Boat 70. 71, Lynn Johnson, Andrew Johnson. You are free to release. Hope they can catch some bigs, and they got Big Johnson. Boat 72, Randall Hamilton, Justin Mott. Good luck, guys. I hear there are ones to look for on this body of water. Boat 73, Chad Schroeder, Chase Schroeder. Been up there before. Y'all feeling good? How was pre-fish? Good? You know we're going to find you. You know we're going to find you. It's going to happen. We're going to look for that beautiful Phoenix boat on Team Schroeder. I'll be chasing you down if you stay down here. Boat 74, but we got 3 reporters throughout. 74, Wade Werner, Ryan Godsey. You are free to go. Going solo, huh? Hey, do it. Bass Reaper Bait Company. You can get it done. Yeah, it happens. 75, Colton Dawes, Dean Arrington, free to release. Boat 76, Team Terry. Terry Mann, Terry Pryor. Been doing it since day one. Where's Team Terry at? They're going sneak attack. They're coming back at the end. They don't want everybody to see where they're going. 77, Alan Glasgow, George Crane. You were free to release. Boat 78, Gage King and Wes King. You were free to go. Boat 79, Mitchell Hall, Gabe Aldridge. Where you is? There he is. Let the 79 go. Good luck, gentlemen. Shane Lundian and Taylor Medina in boat number 80. I see you right there. You can mosey on up here. The 81's right behind you. Ronnie Ray, Danny Coatney. I see you, sir, in that State Line Camus. Boat number 82, Paul Thornton, James Carter. You are free to release. Just work your way on down. Scott, is this real? I know he didn't want to be here, and that's not nothing, no knock on the ABT. He was trying to make it in the Elite Series event this week. He had a tough time, and he's coming out here trying to win 25K. Scott Canterbury, Terry Stevens in boat number 83. And I was told Scott made that run all the way from the Sabine in Texas to get here on the ABT, and I appreciate that, Scott. Boat number 84, Ethan Franklin, Hunter McCarty. In boat number 84, that's 85, just behind Ken Walters, Dallas Weldon, Big D. Just moseying on along. We'll let everybody know it's about 60-something this morning, but with this sweater on, feels like it's 95, and that's about what it's going to get to today. 86, Big B, Brian Stifler, Wesley Gore, that 86 boat. They checking in. I didn't see them come through, but let's see what's next. There you go. Look at you. Hey, it's like, man, they are bobbing and weaving back there. You getting this on camera? Lorraine, I'll be there. Hey, he stops counting at 75, but we're going to bring on our next group. 87, Michael Geiger, Jake Aiken. An 87 boat, you can go mosey on through. 88, Brent Harp, Ricky Harp. That aluminum boat's sitting low down there, y'all. Y'all got a good look at them. We got boat number 88, Tom Frick, Brian Talmadge. Boat 90, leave the armpit. Steve Engel, where you at, boat 90? Where is the arm? I don't see the arm. Oh, we've got a third angler in there. There's a K9 in that Phoenix boat. Behind the pits, let me see, where do we go? I know we were around there. There, 91, Donlinger and Warren. That's Scott Donlinger, Garrett Warren in the 91 boat. 92, Chris Colley, Adam Bain trying to do it again on the Alabama Bass Trail. Long-time studs on the ABT, now doing an ABT 100. Jordan Lee and Chad Hall teamed up in the 93 boat. I see you way over there. Chad, you going solo, right? You got it. Ken Sessions, Greg Sessions in the 94 boat. Fishing is now in session. Boat number 95, Walt Roberts and David Kuhn. Again, we've got 3 camera boats out there following our crew. I see that bait fuel waving. See, whenever they throw 3 names on there, I'm going to throw 3 names on there when they sign up like that. Buck, Paul Williams, and Amanda Williams. No matter how many times you tell me, Amanda, until you get it right on the sheet, I'm going to nail it. Hey, good luck, guys and girls. Kyle Mechanical. Tullis Lanier, Joey Davidson in the 97 boat. Good luck, gentlemen. Casey Mims and Casey Mims. That's double Casey Mims in the 98. I don't know how that works out. Roger Shiflett and Jeff Miller in the 99 boat. And bringing up the arrears. If you want a little longer to fish, well, I don't know you're necessarily going to get it because there's only 4 flights, and you're the last one to leave this morning. Jason Kilpatrick, Keenan Connell, Cannell in the 100 boat down there and back. And good luck, good job, guys, waving it out. Again, I told you it's about 60-something, feels about 70 degrees right now. I've got my pullover because it's going to get toasty. They're figuring the temperatures are going to be around 92, 93 today on Millers Ferry, but there are 100 boats that took off here. And we'll get things sorted here on the Alabama Bass Trail 100. We're glad to be a part of it. It's stop number 2 of 3. We're going to send it out on the water. Kenneth Grover, I know he was working his way up north, and we've had plenty of time to get there. Kenneth, take it over. Who do you have today?
Robbie, we actually went south. We figured we better go a short ride to get on the team pretty early because it doesn't take long for 100 boats to take off. So first boat we found is boat 11. It's Daniel Smith and Jeremy Holden. And this is the mouth of a creek, and they're in a little pocket there, but you can see the shoreline grass. That's going to be a target for a lot of these teams today. Shoreline cover. The water's up at a pretty decent level, and especially first thing this morning, these guys are really going to target this shoreline cover. Try to get some bites pretty quick, and then it's going to be a lot of river-type fishing. This is mostly a river system. You head upriver from where we took off there at Bridgeport, and it's purely river. There's some pretty decent-sized creeks along the way, and then some guys may run all the way up towards Selma. But I kind of went down. We're going to kind of cover the lower end where it's a little bit wider, a little bit more open, some flats. These guys are going to probably start in these creeks and backwater areas first, and then probably kind of gradually go towards the river channel as the day goes on. The other thing is, when you have all these boats taking off first thing in the morning, you kind of want to start on an area that's a little bit more protected. You don't want to start out on the main river channel, all the boat wakes and stuff kind of messing up the area. So it's nice to kind of tuck into an area like this. You're somewhat protected. These guys have really been targeting this area for quite a while now, so they must have had some good bites in here during practice. I've gotten close enough to them to get their boat number, but I can't get too close to them because it's a very small area there, and I don't want to negatively affect what they're doing. Now he's kind of come out of that hole. See if I can't get him to talk to me a minute. Still got some boats heading downriver though. You can see there how the boat traffic on the river's, really affecting that grass bed there. The mouth of this creek is directly behind me, so it's kind of exposed. Hey guys, what's your expectation for today? Catch a limit. That would be a good start for sure.
Dropping this water, we call them clippings later on in the day once they move up the mast.
Right.
Trying to get by them in. We got a couple of bites early on frog.
Like I said, trying to take advantage of the active fish first thing this morning. Along these grass beds, he's swimming a jig, partner's throwing a frog. And then he said he's hoping to go flip some thicker mats as the sun gets up. He did mention, though, the water's dropping, so that can definitely have an impact on that type pattern. A lot of those areas are pretty shallow to begin with, so if the water drops several inches, it can make a big difference. He mentioned the mayfly hatch. In Alabama around the month of June, that's kind of what happens in a lot of places, and it can be an area that you really need to target when that's happening. It pulls in the bluegill, bass certainly follow in as well, but the mayflies hatch out at night, so first thing in the morning, it's the heaviest part of the hatch, and it doesn't last very long. It's kind of like a shad spawn. It's kind of a deal. You want to be there first thing in the morning. I hadn't seen any yet, so he said that this area had one yesterday morning. See the little seawall right there. He's trying to throw parallel. He got his boat tucked in there. That's a really good way to fish a seawall. These fish pull up on those first thing in the morning. It tends to be a little bit deeper with that seawall than some of the other areas. Can flatten off. So kind of a place where fish pull up and feed. Got some grass mats over here behind us. I think he's going to go over here fishing. Just something about being on the lake first thing in the morning this time of year. Hear all the birds chirping. Kind of everything tends to kind of wake up. These guys are hoping the fish wake up. You know, we seem to talk about it every time we have one of these events, but it's good teamwork right here. Got the guy in the front of the boat throwing a buzz bait, or it could be a frog that's kind of a swimming frog, and then the guy in the back's swimming a jig. It's good to work as teammates and kind of alternate your pattern up a little bit.
This hour's live action is sponsored in part by Garmin, by PowerPole, American Baitworks, Bill Penny Automotive, and by fishalabama.org. There's a lot more to come.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
The perfect checking account doesn't exist. Not at a bank, that is. So why do you keep looking there? At AmFirst, you can get no minimum balance or monthly fees, an instant issue debit card, and free checks with unlimited check writing. But who doesn't want more? Like a rewards program you'll actually use, and convenient digital tools that make it easy to manage your account from anywhere. Now you could try and find that at a bank, or you could save yourself the trouble by checking with us.
No, looks like boneless wings are back at Jack's. And people love them so much, there's bound to be a napkin shortage. Juicy, boneless chicken wings in 3 bold, mouth-watering flavors. Try Try the tangy honey barbecue, that craveable sweet and spicy, or the zesty classic buffalo. What is a shirt anyway, if not one giant napkin?
You'll go back to Jack.
Jack's, all about the South.
Big companies get bigger and bigger and talk about their fancy labs where they study fish behavior, but then they all go golfing on the weekend. We don't have a large laboratory to test baits. Why, you ask? We don't need a big laboratory because our pros fish, our employees fish, our salespeople fish, our suppliers fish, our mold builders fish, our owners fish, and our kids fish. This is our laboratory. Our R&D comes from time on the water, learning how to make fish bite. We don't have other hobbies. We fish. We fish all year in all conditions across the whole country. All that time on the water brings us thousands of hours of testing new products and improving current ones for all species. We're a family-owned U.S. company that has many of our products made in America by American workers. The products we don't make in America, we make in Guatemala, which supports many families in that country as well.
At Millers Ferry Lake at Bridgeport City Landing, Camden, Alabama. 100 teams took off just a few minutes ago. 200 anglers out on the water vying for the $25,000 first place prize, paying out over $100,000 here at Millers Ferry today. Talk a little bit about the host city. Thank you, the City of Camden, the City Council, the County Commission for bringing us here. I also want to thank Mr. Big Daddy Lawler, Mr. Jimmy Brock, Rusty Godbold, Mr. Frank McGraw, who helped us this morning on the side-by-sides getting the anglers to and from their boats in a timely manner. This is our 5th time to be at Millers Ferry, first time on the Alabama Bass Trail 100. A little bit about the lake. It's a little over 17,000 acres here on the Alabama River. This lake was impounded in 1969 by the Corps of Engineers, with the ABT first visited here in 2014, the first year of the Alabama Bass Trail Tournament Series. We had 177 boats at that event. With the combination of Bridgeport Landing, Roland Cooper State Park, Camden is a phenomenal host for bass fishing tournaments of all size. So we're excited to be here. As you know, the anglers are not subject to a off limits. However, they are required to only fish with their partner on Thursday and Friday. So they have been practicing. A lot of these guys have been here upwards of 7 to 10 days practicing for this event. And as Robbie mentioned at the top of the show, probably 60% of these guys are not Alabama anglers. So going to be real interesting how they break this lake down today. They are looking for largemouth and spotted bass measuring 12 inches. We measure our bass mouth closed, tail fanned, and swipe to achieve the greatest length. Teams that we're going to want to keep an eye on and teams we're going to try to get to today, and I want to explain that a little bit. Camden is in rural Alabama, and so cell phone towers are not as plentiful here as what we see in some of the other cities. So we will be limited in the areas that we can go to because of cell phone signal. We will try to bring you as many teams as possible, but please understand that we are limited based on cell signal and broadband signal here in this area of Alabama. Teams we want to watch are Trey Wade and Leon Wade. They've won a lot of tournaments down here this year. They've had a really great season thus far, and we're going to keep an eye on them today. Another team is Chase and Chad Schroeder. They have been fishing this lake their entire life, so you're certainly going to want to watch them. Another team is Gage and Wes King. They now fish the Alabama Bass Trail South Division and fish in the Alabama Bass Trail 100. They are from this area and they fish here a ton. Randall Hamilton, Justin Mott, both are river rats and they love the Alabama River, and they're going to get to fish it twice. You're going to get to fish Millers Ferry today and then the Alabama River at Cooters Pond next weekend. So it's going to be real interesting for those guys. Mark Condren, Ted Paisley. Mark Condren won here in 2021 when we were here with the Alabama Bass Trail South Division. He seemed pretty confident in what they were doing when I saw him at dinner on Thursday night. So it's going to be interesting to see how those guys make it. They won a tournament here with $17.98 in 2021. Everyone's guessing it'll be somewhere between 18 and 20 pounds is what it's going to take to win this event today. Again, $25,000 is on the line for first place. $100,000 overall going to be paid out here through 20 places. We are going to get back out on the water. The normal suspects are there: Jason Durant, Robbie Floyd, and Kenneth Grover, who you've already seen. We're going to go ahead and get out of the water. I know that Robbie is on a team. So, Robbie, who are you with, and do they have anything in the boat?
Pulled up to boat number 100. Actually, I pulled up to the first boat to the left. There's actually quite a few hitting this stretch. It looks like a lot of grass, a lot of vegetation. Boat number 100, Jason Kilpatrick, Keenan Connell. Guys, you got the last boat in the flight, so you let everybody go. You got a head start. Is this the spot you wanted to fish, or feel like it's a spot you have to fish because there's nobody on it? Yeah, the ladder. The ladder. Having any bites? Shut your mouth. You've only been fishing like 5-10 minutes and you got 3 in the box already?
Right, we probably had 7 bites.
Oh, man, Kay, it's going to be a good day if it's like this. What have you been doing to catch those 3?
All frogging.
All frogging. So that's a very, very good sign. And oftentimes people say, I want to be the last flight, you know, the last boats that leave because they have a longer fishing day. But when there's only 4 flights, you only have so much later on in the day, and that, you know, if you're on an early morning bite, then inevitably you're going to get that last flight. These guys got the last flight. They saw an open stretch of bank. They said, well, we're going to go ahead and fish this. It looks good. And they got 3 fish in probably 10 minutes. I mean, that is very solid. What do you think your weight is out of those 3? 8 pounds. So 3 for 8. That's a hell of a start. Again, we're on boat 100, Jason Kilpatrick and Keenan Connell. Dustin Cannell ruined it for the rest of the world. I asked him, I said, is it Connell or Cannell? And I mean, now, ever since you hear that. So did at least both of you catch a fish yet? Oh, yeah. That's good. Make sure you weren't backboating your partner. And that's the thing, though, with that frog. I mean, they're just following it up. You know, the same area. If they get a look at it the first time, he's going to follow it up the second time and be hammer time. Do you have any misses yet? Yeah, that's the deal with that frog. But good blow-ups, something you want. We're going to stick with this for a second. We're going to try and hop around and get you stuff, but you see a good stretch. Was anybody on this stretch that's in front of you before?
No, they weren't. It's a little shallow right here. We're probably going to go right back around that point and get a couple more bites.
Okay. So he says it does get a little shallow along this bank coming this side. He's looking for a little more deeper water out towards the point on the south end of this island. But, I mean, it looks really good. I mean, he's going to be teasing up a bass from that vegetation. And I know we were moving around after the launch this morning. Kenneth was talking about how he stayed a little closer and went south. That's actually the direction that I'm hanging in. I'm going to try and get you as many people as we can. I know one of our top anglers is in this area, but when I saw these guys, I had to find out what they were doing. But yeah, this early morning bite, if you're going to be doing typical river stuff, you're going to have a little more time during the day. There you see the weapon of choice on the front there. It looks like a black frog. Water's calm, 76 degrees, air temp. It's probably in the 70s now. It's supposed to be in the 90s today. It's going to be a hot one. I actually brought shorts for the first time on the Alabama Bass Trail. And I never really even thought about that. I know we've been doing this for about 10 years now. Hey, I want to stand there. I want you like a big billboard here. Look at this. That's some beautiful Alabama Bass Trail tournament gear. You know, I've been doing this for 10 years, and typically we're done right around June with the ABT events. And I know there's a couple. We still have a Crown of Champion of the North and the South for the ABT Tour, but the ABT 100s There's 3 events, and they're spread from the top to the bottom of the calendar year. I mean, at the start of the year, we were at Lake Wedowee. It seems like forever ago, and that's because it was. Now this is their second opportunity as we move on, towards our anglers to get that title and an extra $25,000. And then at the end of the year, we'll have Smith Lake, and that'll be the 3rd and final stop. So you've got to be good at different lakes at different times of the year, and that's what enables you to wear that big championship belt. So, again, we're going to look at this, and I know we're going to hop around. Kenneth and Jason are going to be following people as well. But these guys, as we get ready for a little 3-box, you can see everything that's going. Guys, I want to let you know our guys are coming closer to the juice. Jason Kilpatrick and Keenan Connell already have 3 fish for about 8 pounds in their live well and a couple of misses. So we'll see if we can get some strikes. We'll see if you can get some strikes on your end.
All right, we have made a run just a little bit north. Caught up with a team of Mark McKegg and Tim Hurst. Boat number 39. We did see them catch a fish as they're pulling in. It was a short one. They're just kind of buzzing the bank real quick right here, trying to catch active fish, it looks like. Did talk to Mark at the ramp this morning and said that they were catching numbers. Looks like we got a swim jig action going there. I can hear him. Mark, y'all got any in the box yet?
5.
Got 5 already?
Yeah, well, 4 I think. We've caught 5.
Got 4 already. This is the ABT 100 action. And just on cue, we got number 5.
Looks like that. There's no points in this thing.
Yeah, you're gonna catch numbers. You gotta catch a lot of those, right?
Yeah. I mean, not that if there was points, it would be different, but 100, you know, you don't want to take a chance on something happening to that fish.
Yeah. You heard Mark say, you know, points are important in the regular series events and the 100s. I mean, it's important you get a big, nice heavyweight belt as the Anglers of the Year. But at this point, you know, they're trying to win one. Flip around here. We're going to go to the other side.
Fish are just, we lost a nice one right there. Fish are just so shallow, they're hard to catch. I mean, when you hook them,
Wow, just miss it.
I don't miss it most of the time.
It's coming out of the water.
Yeah, you can't keep them in the water. They're too small.
Yeah.
They're too shallow. Work through this canal and go out and go down a little
Okay.
ways. We're going this way to go out.
All right, we'll chase with you then.
All right, so they're at the point that they were wanting to get to. Now let's see if they get the bites. Trying to look through my app too. We've got trackers on certain anglers. I know Gore and Stifler are just to our left, or they're just in front of us about 200 yards. Winners on the Alabama Bass Trail. They're hitting this point, and then they're going to have a decision of what they want to do. Again, we're on Kilpatrick and Connell. 3 fish for 8 pounds already this morning in the first 15, 20 minutes. Here Jason with his pair with fish as well. A limit, or a small fish there at the end. They only have to be 12 inches in length to be considered a legal bass, whether it be a largemouth or spotted bass. We're on the Alabama River. You're going to see some spotted bass. Now they're looking for some of these big largemouth up here in the grass. Seeing a lot of activity. I don't know if a lot of bait moving around, but you see fish, popping the bait on some of the topwater stuff as well. I wouldn't be surprised if you see some typical topwater stuff going off here in just a minute. But, some of the open water, there we go. Caught one on. And that's what they're trying to get. There's a keeper. Bringing it to you live on the Alabama Bass Trail 100. For all those people through the years that said the camera boat brings them bad luck, we are here to prove you wrong. Kilpatrick and Connell 1 shy of their limit now in the first hour of fishing. Also shows you the guy in the back of the boat can catch fish too. That's one thing about these team tournaments. It's not just a guy at the front, in control doing everything there. He's just as happy to net the fish if it comes time. And I think we're going to take a look at the last fish catch. High fives all around there, and just worked around this point. They were on the right side from the south end looking north. They were on the right side. That's where they caught their 3 bass earlier. They were getting into a little skinnier water, a little too shallow. They were looking for a little more depth. They came here, went to the point, went around towards the main channel of the river. And again, I'm seeing a lot of bait activity, fish flickering around, jumping. The fish are chomping. They've already got 4 fish in their boat. Now they've worked around towards the main river side of this point, but doing the same thing. Oh, did he switch baits, or did I see him? Was that, did he? There was about a 6-inch shad jump up, and I thought he might have had some kind of topwater bait on, but that's how good that was a good looking bait. Now I know I might be throwing something else even. Kenneth, Jason, I've already heard fish being caught, from you guys. I mean, I think it's a good day. I mean, they should be mowing, take advantage of this early morning bite right now, because there's a lot of activity where I'm at.
Yeah, we have
we just pulled up on boat 48.
Some fish catching already going on here.
From what I just saw, some of the shad and flickering around me, I think if somebody has a Zara spook or something like that, it looks just like that, the bait that I saw jump out of the water. But that's almost the same thing that my guys are kind of imitating with the frog. Some kind of bait that's staying up near the top. But I'm hearing a lot of fish activity.
Yeah, Mark said that the fish were up really, really shallow this morning, and almost so shallow that they're kind of hard to catch. Running some topwater, running some swim jigs, kind of mixing through a couple different baits here. Just running this grass, running this real shallow water.
I know, Jason, shallow is relative, and your guys were, saying that it was a little too skinny, maybe. Our guys didn't want to get into the skinny stuff and came around to a little bit deeper and got a bite. So they weren't necessarily looking for some of that skinny water to catch their fish. They were trying to get a little bit deeper water with some of these fish that maybe have pulled up to the bank.
Mm-hmm.
Kenneth's out there as well. Kenneth, I know we're kind of close to each other. Who do you have now?
It's boat 48, John Kellett, Robert Story. And you know, you guys have talked about some of the patterns you're seeing, and I think as we go through the day, we're going to see that depending on where you are along the river system here, you know, the pattern can be a little bit different. It's going to look a little bit different. I'm a little bit further down river from you guys, and I'm kind of in a fairly large creek for the river. So it's going to look a little bit different. There's some boat docks down here and a few different things. So as you go further upriver, like where Jason is, you kind of lose the boat docks and it's really mostly river. But it's going to be interesting to see how these teams kind of get through the day and make the jump. Oh, he missed him.
Oh.
Frog bite. Throw back in there and see if he'll bite again. Sometimes it will, sometimes it won't.
Our guys are frogging as well, Kenneth. I think if y'all could take it off of my guys for just a bit, I wanted to see them catch a limit, but you can take me off for just a bit. I'm going to go and see what Stifler and Gore have. They're only about a couple of 100 yards from me.
Lost him. That's what Mark was saying. They're so shallow, it's kind of hard to get a hook set on them. He pulled him all the way out of the water. It was still a pretty small one. We are on Mark McKegg and Tim Hurst, boat number 39.
These guys continue to work the frog here along the shoreline. Had that one bite a minute ago that missed it and threw back in there. Couldn't get it to bite again. Have not had a bite since then. So really working through here, fairly methodical, kind of slow. So. So as you've already seen this morning, it looks like there's several teams that are getting quite a few bites. And I think that's going to happen for a lot of teams. The key today is going to be the guys that can catch 3 pounds or better. We heard Kay talk earlier about it's possible to catch 20, 22-pound bag. So the keys are really going to be guys that can really locate the larger bites.
I'm going to chase with these guys just for a minute. They're going to make a move just up a little bit. Got your jacket on.
Yes, sir. Alabama Bass Trail.
What's that?
It's Alabama Bass Trail. Got a local fisherman kind of passing behind us. They were asking if we were filming a TV show. Got a hook set. Got that one in the boat. Going to bring out the measuring board and measure this one, looks like. He's actually going to weigh this one. Is that your first keeper?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
First keeper.
See, he's got a bag of ice there sitting in the cooler. These guys are going to use that to keep the water cool during the day.
Kenneth, while your guys were doing their thing, my guys were really doing their thing. Boat number 86, Brian Stifler, Wesley Gore. You see them going to put one in the live well. Now, Brian, show me that fish after you get done, after you get through unhooking it there. And the thing is, just before in this mat, they actually had a double up at the same time and one wrapped them around. Things are looking up, dude. That's what, 3 fish and 3 casts, or flips. Really? What was that one weigh?
That's 310.
Okay.
And this one's going to be...
That's 3 something. Yeah, I would say that's a 3. Yeah, so it's dead on a 3. It's got a belly on it too. It's been eating. They're feeding this morning, aren't they?
Yeah, I think they're eating these little brim around the fly heads.
I said they doubled up. They were only able to get one of them in that boat. One of them wrapped them around. I couldn't tell if it was the wood or that grass. I saw them both had the fish up in the air, and it spit the bit. Wesley was able to keep his, and Brian lost his. But then now after this catch. So the other ones, when I pulled up to you, you only had 2. Was it isolated little areas like this too? Right there. Oh man, that's awesome. Yeah. Okay. So what are you throwing? I see black. I see flipping bait. Is it a craw? So just in the last isolated patch, just before, they caught 2 fish. Here they've had a couple keepers in the live well as well. One that they had on literally was at the boat and missed, and I think we're going to take a look at that as well, because at this one point, and I think we got it, Laura Ann was quick on the draw, and you'll see both of them set the hook. You see both fish in the air, and then all of a sudden you see an empty rod, or an empty line, so unfortunately. some of these brim beds out there. Now both going to be going flipping. But some isolated little vegetation areas, or the other spot is, you know, just to their left. It looks like somebody's going to be following them up. So if they got 9 bites or so in that, maybe let it rest a second, and the other guys might get a little something too. No. I'm saying they have the opportunity if you leave it, but you want to be in front of them at each one of these isolated spots, not behind them, right?
I want to leave nothing.
Yes. Oh, yeah. I got you there.
We don't steer well.
But that's the thing, though. If they think they plucked it, you know, good, or they're not getting any more bites in those spots, they're going to go and try and beat the next pair to a next area. And Brian's even pointing out the next isolated area just in front of them. But yeah, they want to pluck this one dry, do the same thing on that other one, and then move on to the next one. But you always want to be that first one to the spot. You hear them taking a look over, or you see them taking a look over, because you're seeing a lot of fish activity, a lot of floppers, a lot of bait. They're thinking that the fly hatch and these fish are feeding, the little fish are feeding off of them, and these brim beds and stuff that are up here shallow. These bass are loading up. Y'all work well together. Yeah.
Enjoy our time in the boat.
Could this be a pizza day?
No. Not in these conditions. You know, that day, there was just nothing else we really had. In the conditions of the river, you're just running a high risk to go with a low percentage with an upgrade. So, much floating debris as high as it was, just wasn't much squeeze.
Yeah. I would say, what do you think it's going to take today? Because, I mean, 20 pounds definitely possible. It's a probable. What do you think it's going to take to win? Yeah. Okay, so you think it's going to take less than 20 to win? When you said a couple of people, I was going to ask you who those couple of people are, but it's pretty obvious, right?
Yeah, this time of year. Now, if we were 3 weeks earlier, another bag.
What was it? How was it different 3 weeks ago?
Hooked up. Small one.
Makes sense. Now, before this next boat comes up here, how you're catching these, have they been on the outside, most of these catches, or have they been in there a little deeper in the middle of it? Around the edge?
Anywhere there's a hard line. Not the smart stuff. Anywhere there's a hard line of grab.
Gotcha. Got to take your time.
Yeah, we're both used to fishing between 8 and 10, you know. We can do the slow stuff, we don't really like it.
Well, they didn't make it to your patch, so, you know, it's still there. You're good.
We'll go run and find a few more patches.
All right, so your 4 fish for how much, you think? 4 for 10. Good deal. 4 for 10.5 for Gordon Stifler. They're going to be heading out, and we're going to go solo here, Kenneth, and take over for a bit. I'm going to find our next pair.
We're still here with boat 48, John Kellett, Robert Story. They're pulling the trolling motor up. Once they turned the corner, they realized there was another boat ahead of them, so kind of fishing used water. So that boat's close enough. We should be able to go to these guys. Appreciate it, guys. Good luck to you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Got their ABT hats on. Guys are looking to try to get a little bit of bonus money when they weigh in.
Good morning, guys. What's your boat number? 50. John Brown and Trey Sorrells. What kind of weight you guys got? 2 small ones. So boat number 50, John Brown and Trey Sorrells. 2 fish in the box, 2 small ones. Kind of working that same area that Mark McKegg and Tim Hurst were. Running that same pattern, it looks like. Real shallow water. They are fishing a little bit slower than Mark and Tim were. Wacky rig in the back. Can't tell what we got throwing in the front. No, y'all seen the same action we've seen. How was practice for y'all? Never been here before. Yeah? Just got a fish for him, I guess. Well, it's going to warm up today for sure. They're going to turn summertime today.
Yeah, we finally found 4 bags of ice, and we're ready.
How many you guys got in live well so far?
What was that?
How many you got in live well so far?
1 so far.
Got one. What kind of size?
2-pounder.
Okay. This is Wade Werner and Ryan Godson. See these guys targeting boat docks. Not a lot of places has boat docks on this lake, but the lower end tends to have more than the upper end. Jason, are you still along the river channel, or have you moved into a creek?
No, we slipped into a creek to start with right here. We just went north for just a little bit. Got a little backwater, had a few boats in it. Caught up with Mark McKegg and Tim Hurst. They were catching fish really shallow. Had the numbers to do 5 fish, but they kept throwing back the small ones. They just said, you know, we're not going to need those anyway. They've been catching numbers in practice as I talked to them this morning. But here we're on boat number 50. John Brown, Trace Orle's in the same area. These guys said that practice for them was better later in the day. And it was really random. They said they really couldn't put together a pattern. So they're just kind of fishing around this morning, kind of waiting for their sun to get up and get a little afternoon bite going to some of their normal stuff that they've been practicing on. I do have 2 fish in the box. They're kind of small. Our guys just running the bank, you know, shallow grass. Got the trolling motor on high, covering water.
Just trying to take advantage of those fish that's moved up overnight. Trying to get a quick bite.
Got a lot of birds around, so I'm assuming that means, like anything else, got a lot of bait around the area as well.
Oh, yeah. There's been a little bit of action, but it's been fairly slow for most guys. These guys are working boat docks and working really slow, making a lot of casts. Yes, we're live.
I keep losing communication with our communication amongst each other, but I just pulled up on Luke Duncan and Trey Swindle, who were 5th at the Wadali event. Little fist bump right there after getting a bite. Thought it was a little bit bigger, but what does that have you at now? How much weight? How many fish? So 4 fish with the wrong size. Now I heard somebody lost a fish earlier.
Yeah, go ahead and point fingers. Ask him how many he's got in here. I don't have any in here yet, so I can't say.
Okay, that's all right. Hey, it's a team tournament. You can be the net man today, Luke. The ones that you did catch were around the other side on the main river side?
No, we actually caught them in another pond.
Okay.
We started up by the ramp and we caught one keeper up by the ramp on a place we're planning on starting on. We actually picked you on. He shook off yesterday. We think it's same exact shad. And fishing mainly upriver from takeoff with these two little ponds right here. We actually started here Thursday when we got here and had several bites in the next pond over. We just caught two keepers in there. There was a boat in here in practice, so we decided not to come in, and we made a deal. If we got bit in the other, we just come in here as long as there wasn't anybody in here. So.
Yeah, that works.
So it worked out.
Just work your way down. Now you got a fresh pocket to work with, and it's a pretty good sized one. And looks like you got a lot to work with. Now I have been seeing a lot of topwater activity. I mean, it should be playing in your hands.
There's still a little bit of a shad spawn going on, which kind of surprised us. You get some of these pockets, and you'll find the shad spawning around these little grass mats. But this place is strange. You can fish a lot of these backwaters and not get a bite, but when you do find one that's got bass in it, you'll get several bites. But I mean, there's a lot, for us anyway, a lot of dead water in practice. We burned a lot of gas in 2 days.
And even with this, I mean, running these individual areas, you're going slow with it, but you're just beating the bank, right? I mean, you're not targeting one little point in the area or anything.
No, we're just covering water junk fishing. That's what we do best. We're both ADD, so it's like, oh, you throw a swim jig for a little bit, you pick up a big worm for a little bit, you throw a jig, you throw a buzzbait. It never surprises us if we weigh in 5 on 5 different things. Ever.
And that's okay, though.
So you got to see those shad spawning that isolated clump out in the middle?
So we'll make sure to stay back. So when you do see something like that, you still going to run the buzzbait bite, or do you try and throw something different and let them look at it and target that spot individually?
So normally trail, that's why he's up front with the buzzer. He'll normally lead off with the buzzbait on all that kind of stuff. And if there's one up there that's fairly aggressive, he'll get it.
Yeah.
But we've had some miss the buzzbait that we caught on the swim jig. The first bite I had was on the swim. No. The first bite I had this morning was on a swim jig, and I missed it. He threw right back in there with the buzzbait, and it got the buzzer. So we just try to
follow it up.
But we had one in the last pocket that missed the buzzbait that got the swim jig immediately. So we didn't do a lot on the main river in practice at all. They're not running any current late in the day. We got an early check-in, so we're going to put all our eggs in this backwater deal. Fish the way we want to fish and see what happens.
So in case some of you don't know the dulcet tones of Luke Duncan, Trey Swindle, 5th in Angler of the Year points, trying to back that up. Have fish this morning, just not the size they're looking for. And there's a little isolated clump that Luke was just talking about. A couple of passes on both sides of it. And see if there's a big mama that wants to jump up there and grab it. So yeah, like our last pair had talked about 2-3 weeks ago, he said if we were here, you'd see more of a shad spawn. But Luke said they're actually a little bit of shad spawn going on right now too. So it's not something you want to live by, but if it's something that you could maybe catch some bonus fish on, and stumble upon that area, then that'll be good. And just like the bass, everything doesn't happen on the same weekend. They're spread out as well. You hit him once this year already, didn't you?
Oh, yeah. I normally hit him 3 or 4 times a day just to make sure he's paying attention. His mom actually pays me to do that. And Gerald. Both of them. They Venmo me.
This is some nice looking backwater. It's calm. And if they're not moving water, and people aren't going to want to necessarily be on that main body dealing with things. Yeah, maybe up against the bank and stuff earlier this morning, but if they're not moving water, they're not going to really hold on to those areas quite as good as they would. But here in these backwater areas, some of these fish back in here, they live in here, they stay here. You're trying to catch them at the right time, active. There's a lot of grass, trees hanging over. And we said the water temp was 76 when we were out there on the main river. It's 78 here in this backwater area. With it being sunny and temperature getting up into the 90s too, it's going to actually warm up even quicker. And you see still with the tray with the buzz bait in front, now Luke with a more conventional jig in the back trying to drop it down on these grass edges. But you can see a lot of bait swirls, fish swirls, and things. I mean, not necessarily out there on that edge either, but even out here in the middle. I don't know how deep we are. Even out here in the open, it's only like 6 feet. But some of these fish can be, putting around. They don't have far to go, and you see some of the vegetation still off out here in the middle as well. Seeing 2 different approaches from our last pair was dealing with more main lake stuff with isolated, little clumps of vegetation and kind of picking it apart. These guys are more backwater areas, burning the bank. But I mean, you want to talk about pretty, and I'm seeing activity. Like you heard they heard a fish jump to the right. When we were on the other pair earlier, remember when they were throwing the frog, I was like, you're seeing so many of these shad or whatever up near the top. I'm surprised they didn't go for something else, a little bit different looking than the frog. But again, that doesn't mean that they're not going to bite a frog. And oftentimes you'll see fish bite a frog in open water as well. Bear a little bit closer. I don't want to talk too loud, but I want to ask them about that and see if they've had any kind of bait change as far as their topwater thoughts. See, I talked about switching around and mixing it up. If Trey's been throwing that buzz bait, you've been doing any other type of topwater, or is he just living with a buzz bait?
Listen, when you fish with Trey Swindle, this is the noise you hear all day. While he's throwing that buzz bait all day long. It don't matter if it's January or December or July. Now, he caught several on it practice, has some good blow-ups on it. So we're going to throw, even after the sun gets up, some little shade pockets kind of stuff we've been getting bit on it. So, but we're lunching some. We've had bites doing a few different things. When the sun really gets up, a lot of this kind of stuff, we've been getting several bites in later in the day.
Still with the topwater or punching it? Or
punching.
Yeah.
But still, yesterday on the swim jig later in the day, we were getting bit on this kind of stuff
right.
too. So even in the bright sun. So the deal with the buzzbait practice for us, anyway, we try not to show it to too many fish. We'll throw it here and there.
Yeah.
But, we always feel like a little bit of element of surprise, especially with fishing pressure the way it is down here. There's a lot of people going around robbing in some of these backwaters. So we'll throw it a little bit, get some confidence in it, and then lay it down, pick up other stuff.
Thank you for the information, Luke. It's like you've been here before.
Trey's good at catching them. I can talk about it.
Hey, it is a team event.
Yes, that's right.
I just didn't want to be So I thought it was interesting is you want to see the activity and stuff in practice and then to react to it. But he said he didn't throw that buzzbait too often in practice. Kind of that way it'll be a bit of an element of surprise when they do see it on game day. You don't want to win practice. It doesn't pay to win practice. Yeah, and they've caught fish this morning, just not the size that they're looking for. Just junk fishing, burning the bank. One throwing a swim jig, one throwing a buzz bait. Looks like Trey's tying on some are retying. You make so much contact, get those abrasions. He learns that from Uncle Gerald. And the difference with the ABT 100s compared to the Alabama Bass Trail regular tour events is you can't have a touring pro. You can have one of the two anglers can be a touring pro. We see that with Scott Canterbury out there, who he was fishing yesterday at the Sabine River on the Elite Series. Didn't make it to the top 50, so he drove overnight. And again, I didn't get to see Scott. I heard he's in the area that I'm near, so I was trying to find him. But my cell service is not picking him up right now. He wants his chance at $25,000. Did you? Oh, good deal. That's got to be tough, though, Jason. You know it? Because, I mean, he wanted his day job is working on the Elite Series. And so, yeah, Jason was able to talk to me through my earpiece. But Jason told me that he passed Scott Canterbury just a moment ago, and he had 2 fish. But that was that has to be tough when you're trying to make your living on the Elite Series and then you don't. But he had somewhere to go, and that's why he busted his tail here to chance at $25,000. We're going to be bringing you a lot of coverage here on the Alabama River. We're at Millers Ferry, the second stop, the Alabama Bass Trail 100. You're looking at Swindle and Duncan right now. They got a couple of fish. We've seen a lot of activity this morning. Stick with us. We've got hours and hours to go on the Alabama Bass Trail 100, presented by Phoenix Boats.
This hour's live action is sponsored in part by Garmin, by PowerPole, American Baitworks, Bill Penny Automotive, and by fishalabama.org. There's a lot more to come.
Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Bill Penny Toyota is Alabama's #1 volume Toyota dealer. But that's not the only reason to get to know Bill Penny. Enjoy a 10-year unlimited warranty on every new Toyota in stock. Get 1 year of 24/7 roadside assistance. Test drive for the chance to win $5,000. You heard right. 5,000 big ones. Plus, choose from over 700 new Toyotas in stock and price to move. Bill Penny Toyota is Alabama's #1 volume Toyota dealer. Get to know us today.
You let me see. Things you let me see.
Some things ain't worth keeping. Yesterday's traditions, today's adventures, tomorrow's memories. Now that's something worth keeping. Fish Alabama and find your keeper.
For more information, visit fishalabama.org.
Okay. Is that kind of how you expected your morning to start off?
Yeah, we've been doing a lot better than that.
Okay, so it's slower than it has been in practice.
Oh yeah, a lot slower.
It's boat 47, Lee Farner and Billy Adamson. Got 3 fish for about 4 pounds. Been targeting this shoreline grass, like you see there. Said that bite has been a lot slower than what it was in practice. We moved to another larger creek down here on the lower end. It's one of the major creeks. Cheese Bend Ferry kind of goes in across here. We kind of followed it coming into the creek. Several boats in here. This is the first boat we came to. There's another boat over here behind us and at least 2 or 3 more further in the creek. It'll be interesting to see how the bite windows change throughout the day. You know, a lot of teams were a lot of action first thing this morning. We may kind of go through a bit of a lull here now that the sun's gotten up. Just be interesting to see what these teams are going to have to do to kind of change up throughout the day, or whether it's a different area or different techniques, different tactics, target different areas that the fish are holding. another team where they're kind of working together. Here you got the guy on the front of the boat throwing a spinnerbait, kind of working more for a more active bite, and the guy in the back's really kind of slowed down now, pitching a piece of plastic. I think that may be a wacky rig Cinco. Another team with their ABT gear on. Good to see these guys wearing their ABT shirts. We've seen ABT hats, but there's bonus money for that. Top team that crosses the stage wearing their ABT gear, I think it's $250, so it's well worth these anglers doing that. I thought he had a fish there, but he hung on grass. This team also has a Yamaha outboard, so there's a Yamaha Power Pay, pays money. I'm not sure if they're entered in that or not, but they certainly should be.
Trying to get a boat number. Oh, shoot. destined. Morning, guys. What's your boat number?
26.
Boat number 26. Bo Spence, Tyler Temple. How many? One fish? There's plenty of those kind here, right?
Oh, yes, sir.
following along with boat number 26, Bo Spence, Tyler Temple. Got one fish in the box. Did see him catch a fish just a minute ago. Threw it back, said not the size they're looking for. They've caught a bunch of those size, and you know, guys that fish here a lot know what they need, and they don't need those little 12-inchers to win. So the game here today is to win $25,000 and
Okay, that's a great start.
Yeah, we were hoping for something big early and we got it.
Okay.
Try to jump into the mix. What boat number were you? 87, and how many you have?
Yeah.
One fish. Any size?
Right. You ever catch them along the shoreline grass here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good job, guys.
Oh, come on. 86. Or no, 87, 87, 87. 87, Michael Geiger, Jake Aiken. I thought I was going to bring you some really good luck right then. They had a bite. They've only got one 12-incher. I saw them up here. We were actually trying to follow a certain team that we had in this area. Were y'all fishing behind somebody, or did you see another team around here, or no?
They were way up ahead. We were about 200 yards up the bank.
Off in that pocket? Okay. So what's been the plan today? I'm get your word, I'll leave you alone, but tell me, what's the deal? What are you trying to do?
We're going to do a little bit of frog early, probably throw a slim jig, skinny dipper for the next couple hours, and then we're probably going to flip this afternoon.
I think quite a few people wait for that sun to get up a little bit. It's going to get toasty.
Yeah, well, we had a little bit of a decent bite in the morning, but it got a little bit more consistent in the afternoon once that sun got up. But it's definitely warm.
Okay, again, just for the fans watching at home, Michael Geiger, Jake Aiken. One fish, about a 12-incher, not much to ride home about, but still. Got one. Looking for more, waiting for that sun to get up so they can do something a little different. But we were trying to find Mark Condren and Ted Paisley. I heard that they were in this general area, so we'll try and regroup and reset. If we can stay with Kenneth, we're going to go try and find them really quick.
This is DJ Evans and Art. And these guys had a pretty good start first thing this morning. So the first bite was a 5-pounder, and they've got a 3-pounder as well. So they're just trying to see if they can't continue that trend and catch some more big ones. These guys told me that they were hoping that they could start off this morning with a big bite, and it happened. So you got to really take advantage of that, though, and finish out your limit. I mentioned the Gee's Bend Ferry earlier. This is actually where it drops off on this side. So it kind of comes into this creek, drops off right there, but then it goes out and crosses the river to the other side. So instead of people having to travel towards the dam to cross the river or back up north across the river, they can just jump on the ferry here and get from one side to the other. like they may be getting ready to make a move. Jason, this team's leaving us, so I think you're on another team now. Let's see what's going on further upriver.
Yeah, we are still hanging out on boat number 26, Bo Spence and Tyler Temple. Just hoping these guys will catch a limit pretty quick. They have been throwing back their shorts and throwing back their small ones. They do have one fish in the box that's worth keeping at this point. If you're watching at home, just watch how pinpoint these guys make casts. We've watched them cast in and amongst cypress trees and laydowns and this grass. They're really targeting active fish, but they're also targeting key little spots in the grass. So if you just watch them make their casts, it's just not randomly casting here. They're really casting at targets. think you can see that alligator. Keep going.
This hour's live action is sponsored in part by Garmin, by PowerPole, American Baitworks, Bill Penny Automotive, and by fishalabama.org. There's a lot more to come.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Stetson Blaylock, Todd Otten, Hank Cherry, let's go!
Garmin Live Scope, I tell you right now, if you don't have it, you are behind. It's just wild. It's like a video game.
If you do not have that Garmin Live Scope, you are definitely missing out.
Bassmaster Classic Champion!
Nobody wants to run out of power when they're on the water. There is a better way. Introducing the Charge Marine Power Management Station from PowerPole that does the work of 3 devices: a traditional battery charger, a charge on the run, and an emergency start system. PowerPole Charge.
This is boat 16, Robert Robinson, Morgan Brown. Said they've only got 2 small ones in the boat so far. Seemed to be a little frustrated because he said that the bite was really good during practice. It was almost too easy. Said that something's changed. He did mention, and I've heard this earlier today too, that apparently the water's kind of fluctuating up and down. He thinks that that's probably having an effect on it. And then he said that during practice they caught some that he thought were pre-spawn females. Seems a bit late in the year for that, but you know, that sometimes a spawn can get drug out, especially if this river system has been up and down. But sometimes these fish kind of wait for it to stabilize. These guys are working pretty fast down through here. He's got his foot on the trolling motor. Sure, he's thinking if the fish are there, they're going to bite.
I think they know it's Saturday.
It's funny how that happens sometimes.
They didn't know it yesterday. They were biting yesterday. And the day before, and the day before that.
You just mentioned the last 3 days they were biting really good, so you've got bright bluebird skies. It may be a little different today than what it has been in practice. And sometimes when you put these guys on the water for 3 or 4 days practice, and a lot of guys covering a lot of water, that you know, the pressure eventually gets to them. It makes tournament day a little bit different. Yeah, I mentioned it earlier. You know, these guys are fishing along the main river channel. We're not far downriver from where we took off, and a lot of boats came this direction this morning. Sometimes that extra boat traffic can really negatively affect, you know, this river channel shoreline cover. Especially fish that move up, you know, first thing in the morning. It could make it to where they actually never do that. Where you don't necessarily have that in practice. You may have boat traffic, but it's a lot more scattered instead of just boat after boat after boat. See some teams moving back upriver from here.
dinosaur bone this week.
Oh, yeah.
Wednesday, you got to meet with the paleontologist group Thursday. Then we go to Birmingham. Bones so big.
Wow.
See what we found.
These guys are about to make a move.
I'm regroup, step back, punt now.
Yep.
It was 15 pounds in 45 minutes yesterday morning. Wasn't nothing good. Stopped 6 pounds. Went fishing where I wasn't planning on fishing the tournament. He called it.
Yep.
Now I think my message is gone down there.
Well, time to make some adjustments. It's still a long day. You got plenty of time to get it done.
I'm local. We fish here all the time.
Yep.
I've won bunches of tournaments on this lake.
All right.
I'm expecting to do good, and I'm not doing it. But I'll crank it out here a little bit.
All right. Good luck to you guys.
Good luck, guys.
This team is moving, Kay. They're struggling so far this morning, and they're going to try to regroup and figure it out. He says he's a local. He's won a lot of tournaments here. He thinks he can get it done. While these guys are leaving, let's send it back in and let you kind of give us an update of what's going on.
Welcome back inside the Alabama Bass Trail Live Studio here at Bridgeport City Landing in Camden, Alabama for the second stop, the Alabama Bass Trail 100 here in Millers Ferry Lake. One thing I did want to remind everyone that priority registration for the 2024 season started on June the 1st. These guys have until June the 10th to re-register for the 2024 season. And on June 11th at 5:30 a.m. Central Standard Time, registration will open for new teams for the 2024 season. So looking forward to that. The schedule goes Logan Martin in January, Weiss Lake in June, and then finish up at Wheeler Lake in November. So it's a really exciting schedule. $3,000 entry fee. We pay over $300,000 back throughout the year. So it's 100% payback, $100,000 at each event, and 100 boats. So a lot of guys really do like the limited boat field. So it's really exciting to get out here. It makes it a little harder to do live because we don't have as many boats on the water and we don't get to them as quickly, especially when they stretch out the way they are today. As we expected, we saw a flurry of fishing this morning, fish catches, and then it has slowed down. And that's what we've heard pretty much the entire week from talking to different anglers at dinner or wherever we've seen them out here at the boat ramp all day yesterday. So that's what we expected. I think right now, Brian Stifler, Wesley Gore are our unofficial leaders with 4 fish for 10 1/4 pounds. And then we had another 3 fish, 8 pounds with Jason Kilpatrick and Keenan Connell. That was at 6 o'clock this morning. There is almost 2 hours of fishing since we have talked to them. So Luke Duncan, Trey Swindle, they had 4 fish for about 6 pounds. As you're looking at here now, you're getting to see Bridgeport City Landing. They opened this landing in 2019, and this was a long 5-year struggle to get this boat ramp developed. We went through a couple of different engineering groups, and there's a lot of hands that were in this project. So it's exciting to see it. They have enough parking for 60 boats in the immediate parking lot, and then we have had as many as 177 boats here. So it is it's an exciting development to watch, and what it has meant to this area. For what you guys might not understand, but as a tourism person like myself, they were up over 33% in lodging tax collections in 2021, and that is a huge testament to this facility and what they've been able to host. High school bass tournaments, Alabama Bass Trail tournaments, Bass Federation tournaments, and all because of this facility that you're seeing here. The docks and everything that was added, the multiple parking lanes, the 4-lane boat ramp, the bathroom facilities, the security that they have installed here. It is really making a difference in being able to bring tournaments to Camden and Bridgeport Landing. I do want to remind everyone, first flight is due in at 2:30 today. We will be here at Bridgeport City Landing. That's where the weigh-in will take place. There's no bleacher seating here, so please make sure if you're coming out, make sure you bring your lawn chair. Bring an umbrella because I'm afraid it is going to be quite toasty out here this afternoon. But bring your lawn chairs. Make sure that you bring your umbrellas, your blanket if you'd like to sit on the ground. I don't think we're expecting any rain this afternoon. But you can always watch it inside the comforts of your home in the air conditioning on AlabamaBassTrail100.org, as well as on our Facebook page, Alabama Bass Trail 100 Series, and on YouTube on Alabama Bass Trail TV. So far I show that we've covered 14 different teams out of 100. I know the guys are anxiously trying to get back out on some other teams. It looks like Jason may be set up on a team. Jason, if you're ready, we'll come back out to you and see who you're with.
35. Bradley Williams and Chad Williams. What kind of weight we got, guys?
4 pounds maybe. We got
3 fish, 4 fish, 5 fish?
That's I thought they called that out this morning. That's Brad Williams and Jeff Weaver.
Okay. Brad Williams and Jeff Weaver.
Right.
Got it.
Yeah, I was
wrong
fishing
on
my
my
brother
list
last
here.
year, and then I sent it in and we turned it back.
Okay.
To me and Jeff. We've had some bites. They're few and far between. I've been made look stupid twice.
How was practice for y'all?
We didn't practice.
Didn't practice?
Didn't practice in 2 days last week. He came down. This is our first time to ever be here. Really.
Well, what do y'all think about it?
I like it so far. It's just, you know, should have spent more time here.
Yeah. It's a little different than some of the other stuff we fish, you know?
It is.
I like it.
Yeah, it kind of mixes up the field, too.
We fish, you know, Wise, Neely, and Logan all the time. We're from Gadsden, so, you know, it's still about the same as, to me, like Logan Martin.
Okay. Once you run up the river a little bit in there?
Yes.
It's a great trail, I know that. I love it. I do, I absolutely love it.
It's nice only fishing against 100 boats for 25 grand.
That's right.
It's a lot easier to win. You know, you're fishing against the other anglers at least, you know.
Well, I like the way she runs the tournament trail, you know.
Yeah.
She runs it like it's supposed to be done.
Y'all talk to anybody catching up?
Seen a couple guys catching them here and there, but just kind of spread out.
I think we got 2 in the box, caught 1 short fish and missed probably 3.
You had to bring that up. When they hit hard.
Yeah. What's y'all's home lake?
Neely Henry.
Neely.
I think it's coming on its own. What's the typical weights on this lake?
You know, we could see 20 pounds today. We've seen, you know, heard that. think she said this morning not a lot of Alabama guys are fishing the 100. It's kind of spread out in a lot of different states. I think she said maybe we got about 6 teams that are local.
16 locals?
6.
6? Oh, wow. We're looking forward to next year.
Oh, what's the game plan for next year?
We got Weiss, Wheeler, Logan Martin, Weiss, and Wheeler.
Yeah, it's a good schedule, isn't it?
Will be for us, I hope.
Sign up start soon.
I haven't seen an alligator yet.
We saw an alligator over there just a minute ago.
Really?
Yeah. Big one.
I'm kind of scared to put my hands in the water.
You do not want to get around to trying to grab a fish out of the water, you know.
You should have seen
Might come back with no arm.
You should have seen what went on our first catch. That'd been some great footage.
I actually had to go elbow deep.
Elbow deep.
My arms are longer than his. It keeps me in the trees. I think we're sliding in with Kenneth now. Kenneth, you still down on the lower end of the lake?
Well, Jason, since Robbie passed me going further down, I just decided to work my way back up. We're on the team of Mickey McHenry and Kim Carver. And they've got 2 fish in a live well, about 3 pounds apiece. Set at the fish pit really good on Wednesday, but it's been a little bit tougher since then. But these guys were in good spirits. He says it's a beautiful day, and they're just going to keep working. He said the bite's gotten a little funny. He said they've kind of picking up the bait, but they're not really taking it. Boat 64. Starting to see a lot more traffic, both going upriver and downriver. A lot of teams starting to scramble around. The other thing I've kind of expected would happen throughout the day is I think a lot of these teams are fishing the same stretches. So as a team fishes an area and moves out, another team eventually drops in on the same area. It's going to be interesting to see as the day goes on if teams can kind of pick a stretch of bank or an area that hadn't been pressured yet. See if that'll make a difference for them. This Kim's throwing a white jig. I've seen it swimming, and I've also seen him fish it on the bottom. So it kind of becomes a versatile bait when you're doing that. It gives you the option of doing both. Really close to Bridgeport Landing where we took off this morning. It's a great facility. Perfect place for the ABT 100. This area has a little bit of everything. There's some of that shoreline grass, we've seen a lot of them this morning. You got some boat docks, and then there's lay down logs. And Kim's done a pretty good job of really trying to pick the cover apart. He knows the bite's kind of slow, a little bit off from what it was in practice. Just trying to make sure he's doing everything he can to catch a fish if it's in the area.
Boat number 30, Rob Lee, Steve Winslet. Not the best day so far, right? But thinking positive because you got a few bites that didn't stay on.
Yeah, we're just punching these mats, you know, with a heavy weight. We lost the seats, got it on top of the mat, and come unbutt before we get to it.
Shut up.
And 2 threes. We've got small fish out, but it's just hard to get big fish out of this old thick stuff.
You can't leave 12 pounds out there.
No, not today against this group.
Especially a 6. I mean, those are the difference makers.
Yeah, that's the game changer for sure.
And I know I'm just going to be with you for a second because y'all are hopping around pretty quick. Boy, I know you're targeting something specific. What is it? That right there, but just wrong size.
Mainly just these wash-up logs that's on these flats, got grass washed up on them.
Okay.
And with a little bit of water running, they'll stack up under. I've got a lot of bites in practice doing that.
Okay, so not your typical laydown. These are floating logs that have washed up against the bank.
Yeah, you'll see if you can put your camera right there. You'll see how it's washed up with icings on it, and that's what them fish are doing. And my little boy said, "I'm going to make sure everybody tell him, hey, Bentley."
That's how you get it done, only one. All right, we're going to stick with you and see what you do. Catch that 6.
Ella loves it.
You better.
That's it.
Yeah, you better. You better knock that out. All right, so you ain't spending long. You're moving around the next batch.
We got waypoints. We marked them all the way up and down, all the mats. So.
All right. Well, you keep. I think we're going to try and find black and black. Y'all tear it up there and get a 6 before it's over with.
Thank you.
So Mr. McHenry just had a bite on the backside of that grass and missed it, and he's down the boat trying to retie. So he's kind of pointing out to Kim where that bite was, and Kim's trying to throw in there now to see if he can get that bite to bite again. These guys have really been fishing very methodical, picking this cover apart. There's grass beds, there's lay down logs, there's boat docks. Even the pontoon boat in front of him, he pitched under that pontoon boat. So he's really been very methodical. Doing this, you kind of hope that you'll find a particular type cover that these fish are going to tend to be around, and you can kind of pick up the pace. But when the bite's so light or it's so tough to get bit, you don't really have that luxury to do that. You kind of have to, there's another bite again, and missed it. So he pretty much has to pick all the cover apart. So we know we've had several teams that got on some pretty good action first thing this morning, and we may be kind of in a lull for most of the lake. It's going to be interesting to see if teams can find areas that have not been fished yet, maybe pull up on a fresh group of fish, or if it's going to take really slowing down and being methodical and try to trigger these fish to bite.
Boat number 90, Lee Pitts, is Steve Engel. Just landed a fish. Think that's a fish landing violation.
That's what he just said. It's got to be 2 minutes. Boy, that old fish right there is hurting.
You might need to put him back in, let him eat a little bit.
Yeah. He's something done mouthed him, I believe.
Yeah, he's bait.
Yeah. How are y'all this morning?
Good, man. How are y'all? What you got?
Well, that was the first bite we had.
Shut up. That's how it works, right? You know, I pull up on you, you always catching them.
Well, hey, you good luck to me. I appreciate it. We caught some fish here in practice. No big ones, but I mean keepers. But I don't know, they may have to move a little water on it. Got a little sandbar up there and it's got a little hard spot on it. Like I said, they'll push shad up there and feed on it. So
just waiting for that right time then.
Yeah, it's a timing deal.
Yeah.
We'll probably hit it 4 or 5 times a day and get us maybe 12 pounds off of it.
That 12 pounds can get a check.
Hey, the way our practice has been, I hope 3 pounds gets a check. Yeah, this is our first time down here. Never even seen
I've
this
heard that
place.
a couple times today. It's nice to come to some new territory.
Yeah, we seen some gators. That's
We
fun.
saw a gator earlier on TV. It was as big as a boat.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, mouth disease, wasn't he? Yeah, I think these fish are laying there. It's just a timing deal, and you got to try to get them fired up a little bit. It was weird. Yesterday there was a mixture, had spots and largemouth sitting up on them.
That's crazy.
So that's the only bad thing about this open water stuff. You got to be there when they want to do it.
Yeah. When have they been pulling current?
Really, I couldn't tell it till later in the day.
Yeah, that's what some of the reports I saw, it was later in the day, earlier this week.
I think yesterday it was about 10 o'clock when we caught some fish out here. So we'll just bounce around and hope it's like they say, when the bell rings, the bell rings. It looks like when I pulled up and saw all this grass, I thought, hey, here we go. It's fixing to be on. And, everything looks a little low to me.
Yeah.
Like I said, I don't know how to gauge it or judge it not being here, but just by the look of that grass, it looks like it's low.
You can just see the water line.
Yeah. I'd like to show you a big one right here. I would rather be up in that tight stuff in that grass, but from what we've seen, the bites we're getting in it's a little bit in. Do they have big fish in this lake?
I think every lake's got big fish, right?
I ain't seen it yet.
You got to catch them. That's why we're here.
Yeah.
I mean, we're live here with the arm. I mean, that's what the whole point is.
Yeah, I'm getting a workout pulling this old deep plug today. I'm just gonna spin around and get set back up on it.
As you look here, you may think that it's pretty shallow. Currently, we're right on the edge of the river, and like Lee was saying, it does have a little shallow bar that runs up right there, but his boat's sitting in about 30 foot of water. And he's casting up to a little bar that comes across. He said it had a hard spot on it. Needs some current to kind of pull those fish up there. He said they're just kind of sitting out there, just kind of hanging out right now. They did catch one as we pulled up, said that was his first bite of the day, but they had caught some here in practice, and when the current gets right later in the day, it'll push those fish up, and he said they'll plan on hitting this spot a couple times throughout the day, just kind of keep checking it. Water temp in this area is 76 degrees. And now as I pulled away from it now, I'm sitting in 45 foot of water. So it looks kind of deceiving that, you know, we may be on the river here in a deep river, but really quick it jumps up real shallow right there on this bank, river bank you would call it, a river point. Yes, it is boat 40. It's Mark Condren and Ted Paisley. We're up here on Mr. Lee Pitts, and what you got going on down on your end of the lake? Jason, I've actually moved back up. I'm right outside of Bridgeport where we took off this morning, and it's Mark Condren, Ted Paisley, and first time I've seen this so far this morning. He's actually using his live sonar. He's looking out in front of him, looking at suspended fish, trying to catch them on a swim jig. He mentioned that he's kind of waiting for the current to kick in. You can see the fish down there. He just hadn't been able to get them to react. He says he's got 4 small fish in the boat. Yeah, he mentioned waiting on current. What the current does is it actually positions these fish in specific areas. When you don't have the current, they can kind of roam around and kind of suspend more. They're not really in a feeding mode, so it makes it harder to catch them. Even though you can see them down there, you're not necessarily going to get them to react. These fish kind of get used to feeding in the current. It makes it an easier process for them. So when they're not in that feeding mode, then you really have to kind of trick them, and that's not an easy task. Sounds good. Salmon.
You even turned this current on. You haven't came in to call or something.
Oh, if I could only do that everywhere I went. Hooked up. And another crappie. You know, Mark's had some pretty good success fishing Alabama bass trail the last several years. It seems like the more we cover him, the more I see him using live sonar. It seems like that's really become his focus, and he's had a lot of success doing it. And fishing that way can have some success. He actually won here in 2021, so he's very capable of getting it done. I can't figure out if he's talking to himself or if he's talking to his partner, but either way, his partner's ignoring him. All right. Good luck to you. So he's tired of looking at the crappie and trying to chase the bass, so he's going to move on to another area. Hope that he can find a group of fish that are a little more active. That fish helped him coil up a little bit, and every ounce is going to make a big difference in this tournament. All right, we've caught up with the boat 39. It's Tim Hurst and Mark McKay, and I know Jason was on them earlier. We just saw Tim catch another fish, put it in the boat, and help them coil up just a little bit. Looks like he's going to move on. Good, how are you doing?
We're all right. This fish just ain't big enough yet.
I hear you. What do you think you have?
We got 10 pounds.
Okay.
10 pounds, 5 2-pounders.
Okay.
Well, one ain't quite 2 pounds. That's probably the smallest one we just caught right there.
Okay. 5 for about 10 pounds. We're going to move on to another spot.
Fish, he just ain't caught the right size, and we haven't had the right size bite yet.
Okay.
I mean, we started this morning and we had a limit.
Don't have to be that current.
Right. Keep doing it. Hopefully they're going to bite.
Yeah, let me get some water.
Sounds good.
Y'all be safe, okay? Good luck. Hey, we'll be around.
Got another team that's in this pocket where they were. And Mark and this guy was talking about going to play golf, so I'm not sure if these guys have caught them or not.
Stay right there. I'm just going to stay. You got to move. Stay right there.
All right, guys, welcome back inside the Alabama Bass Trail Live studio. I do want to give you just an update. Robbie was not able to get his camera up, but he did text me and say that he caught up again with boat number 100, Jason Kilpatrick and Keenan Connell. They have 5 fish for about 13 pounds, so that would change our unofficial leaders. Again, you heard Kenneth say Mark McKay, Tim Hurst have 5 fish in the boat for about 10 pounds, all 5 2-pounders. So that's kind of what we're looking at. We still have Brian Stifler, Wesley Gore was at 10 pounds and a quarter. That was way back, though, at 6:27 in the morning. They have really made a move. I'm watching them on the GPS trackers, and they have moved quite a ways from where we saw them this morning. So it's going to be real interesting to see if that move moves them up the leaderboard at the end of the day. Again, temperatures are going to be in the low 90s today, and I'm looking outside my window and I see no breeze blowing. So if you're coming out today, please make sure that you bring a lawn chair, a blanket, something that you can set out and enjoy the weigh-in, and hopefully bring a cooler with some maybe some water, some Mountain Dews, things like that, just kind of keep you hydrated. It is going to be warm out here today. Our staff is behind me setting up the stage and doing all of that, and they'll be ready to see you when you come out here today. But if you choose to stay home and stay in the comforts of your air-conditioned area, you can always find us on AlabamaBassTrail100.org, as well as on Facebook at Alabama Bass Trail 100 and on YouTube at Alabama Bass Trail TV. So lots of ways that you can follow along with the action today. We have about another hour and 45 minutes that will be on live, so you'll be able to watch the action as it unfolds. But I do know all of our guys are currently moving, so we're going to go ahead and go out to commercial. I appreciate you guys hanging in here with us, tuning in here with us. Please post any comments or questions that you have for the anglers in the comment section on our Facebook page or YouTube page. We'll be happy to pose those to the anglers. Jason, Robbie, Kenneth will be happy to post those to the teams that they show up on. So, guys, we're going to step away for just a minute. Thank you for tuning in to the Alabama Bass Trail Live Show presented by Black Rifle Coffee. It's almost time for one more cup. We'll see you back here in just a little bit.
This hour's live action is sponsored in part by Garmin, by PowerPole, American Baitworks, Bill Penny Automotive, and by fishalabama.org. There's a lot more to come.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
The perfect checking account doesn't exist. Not at a bank, that is. So why do you keep looking there? At AmFirst, you can get no minimum balance or monthly fees, an instant issue debit card, and free checks with unlimited check writing. But who doesn't want more? Like a rewards program you'll actually use, and convenient digital tools that make it easy to manage your account from anywhere. Now you could try and find that at a bank, or you could save yourself the trouble by checking with us.
No, looks like boneless wings are back at Jack's. And people love them so much, there's bound to be a napkin shortage. Juicy, boneless chicken wings in 3 bold, mouth-watering flavors. Try the tangy honey barbecue, that craveable sweet and spicy, or the zesty classic buffalo. What is a shirt anyway, if not one giant napkin?
You'll go back to Jack for more.
Jack's, all about the South.
Big companies get bigger and bigger and talk about their fancy labs where they study fish behavior, but then they all go golfing on the weekend. We don't have a large laboratory to test baits. Why, you ask? We don't need a big laboratory because our pros fish, our employees fish, our salespeople fish, our suppliers fish, our mold builders fish, our owners fish, and our kids fish. This is our laboratory. Our R&D comes from time on the water, learning how to make fish bite. We don't have other hobbies. We fish. We fish all year in all conditions across the whole country. All that time on the water brings us thousands of hours of testing new products and improving current ones for all species. We're a family-owned U.S. company that has many of our products made in America by American workers. The products we don't make in America, we make in Guatemala, which supports many families in that country as well.
Welcome back to the Alabama Bass Trail 100 presented by Phoenix Boats. As you're looking at beautiful Bridgeport City Landing in Camden, Alabama, they officially opened this landing in 2019, and it has became the tourism destination for bass fishing tournaments. This is the second time it's hosted an Alabama Bass Trail event. I know that there's been Alabama high school tournaments hosted here, as well as Bass Nation tournaments hosted here. So it is quickly becoming the go-to place for bass tournaments. So we're excited to be here. Thankful to the city of Camden for having us and being our host this week, and all of the help that we've received from people like Big Daddy Lawler, from Mr. Jimmy Brock, Mr. Rusty Godbowl, Mr. Frank McGraw. You know, I've been in town for 3 or 4 days now, and I've been able to go to the Pecan downtown and got to had lunch there with Big Daddy the other day and got to see some old friends from the area. And man, that carrot cake was so good. I know I couldn't stay here very long. I'd put all that weight back on if I stayed here very long. So, but really nice downtown here in Camden. I've got to ride over to see the ferry that goes over to Gee's Bend. If you're not familiar with them, they have several of the Gee's Bend quilts in the Smithsonian. So it's just a really cool town to be a part of. And I know they mentioned the Gators. The world record gator was caught here on Millers Ferry just a couple of years ago, 15 feet 9 inches, 1,011 pounds. It's called a Stokes gator, so if you'd like to Google that, I actually had my photo made with the world record gator just the other day. So just a little tidbit of information there for you on the city of Camden. Very small town, rural Alabama, and we love coming here, and I always feel like I'm coming back home when I'm here. So I know Kenneth is on a boat out on the water, and I know that's what you're here to see. So we're going to get back out on the water to Kenneth Grover and see who he's talking to and see if they've got anything in the boat.
We're here with Bo Spence and Tyler Temple, boat 26, and they've got 2 fish. What kind of size?
About a 3 and about a 1.5.
Okay, 3 and a 1.5. So one good one. You need more like it. Have you been targeting that grass all day long?
No, sir. This is actually first place like this.
Okay. Guys are fishing really slow, kind of an isolated grass patch there, and they've been working it really slow. It's another backwater area off the river channel, and a lot of shallow water, but a little bit of a creek channel that runs through here. It's just a little bit deeper area along that grass there than some of the stuff you see kind of closer to the bank. Hooked up. All right, so I talked earlier about, really seeing some teams if they're going to start to slow down. These guys have actually been fishing this grass bed for quite a while. I mean, fishing really, really slow. And he catches that fish after they've been here for a while. That shows you that when the bite is tough, sometimes just really slowing down and being very methodical is the key to getting a bite. And by doing that, he just put another keeper in the boat. But you can see they're both just like super slow. And as we get later in the day, especially places where teams have already fished through an area, this may be what it's going to take for guys to be able to upgrade it as the day goes on.
Y'all talk to anybody that got them?
And we've just been skipping around as best we can. You guys are fishing awfully slow. You think that's going to be the key as the day goes on?
We hope so.
It paid off there.
We're just trying to get a bite. It's a lot tougher than it usually is.
You know, Kay was talking about that carrot cake earlier, and I'm now much hungrier than I was. I think they're finally done with that isolated patch of grass. It paid off for the keeper. They're going to move on here. Could probably go further on the bank there, or if they're going to kind of stay out here in open water. It's picked up a top water now.
Yes, sir. What kind of weight y'all got? 6 pounds?
6 pounds, yeah, probably.
4 fish
a
for
bunch
6
of tanker.
pounds.
We got one decent spot, but
That's a good start, right?
yeah, better than I was expecting.
Y'all been running the river mainly?
Yeah, just like mouse and creek mouse and stuff.
Yeah.
Then we came over here trying to take the bait and get working.
Boat number 84, Ethan Franklin and Hunter McCarty. Four fish in the box.
The alligator shot.
We did see one earlier. You got one over there? Oh, you do got one over there. Can you see that, cameraman? Look over on the top of that wood pile. It's a little one over there. Yeah. I don't think this one's the world record, but try to ease over there, see if we can see it. Scare him off. There we go. Why don't y'all just jump up on the bank with him?
We haven't seen too many out here.
We saw one there a little bit ago that was probably 4 times that size. Yeah.
We've seen most of what we've seen are about that size so far.
I don't care, they still bite hard,
No,
no matter the size.
Yeah.
You see that, Mr. Cameraman?
We saw one an alligator and a snake curl up in the same thing earlier.
Alligator and a snake. Oh,
Big old snake, I don't know what kind.
that's like the double devil, right?
We got out of there pretty quick. Got a boat fish yesterday, almost got one. Got a gator boat and they came out of the grass. Out of the reeds coming to eat.
My, oh my.
Got any fish catches this morning?
Look, scattered here and there, really, you know.
Guess the camera's got it.
Yeah, we saw it many today, yeah. The wildlife down here, every little bit of it.
There is some wildlife.
Eagle flying away. bud. I mean, you been climbing a cell tower or what?
Boat number 81, Ronnie Ray and Denny Codney. Here you got a couple fish. One, but one good one.
One good one. One about 5 pounds.
That's the right size.
It is. We had another one this morning blow up on a frog.
Shut up.
About a 3.5, 4 pounder.
That hurts. You can't leave them in the water.
No, we can't. Not on this fishery.
Raise your
Not
hand
that
if you lost
size
it. Oh, wait, you know what? You didn't lose it, though. It just blew it up, right? It wasn't hooked up.
I never hooked it up. It just come up and swirl behind it. Looked like a maybe a fry garter.
Yeah. All right, what's the plan now?
Pray. A lot of praying between now and 3:15. Hope we run into 3 more of the good ones.
A lot of junk fishing.
Just junk fishing.
Yeah, but it was a frog this morning. Obviously not a frog now.
That's what got 5 pounder on there.
Was it a little flat-tail worm?
Yep. Yep.
A little black and blue color.
Blue fleck. We've caught a couple, 2 or 3 more fish. They just haven't been keepers.
You just need to be 12 inches long, but you know well as I do, 12 inches aren't going to get you anything here.
No. Nah, 12 inches won't get you nothing. Attaboy. You'll pat me on the back when I go by.
Yeah, yeah. We walk quicker, but you might have a Mountain Dew Big Bass to catch a 5-pounder.
That's right. Can't ever tell.
You always hope so.
We can pray. That's all we can do.
Yeah.
A lot of fish. Y'all seen a lot of fish this morning?
Not totally.
Not really.
Is that a little tail biter right there?
I don't know. There's a lot of them down through here.
But like you said, the small or the bigs could be in the same spot.
Yes. They're still right here.
So is this the magic weapon for you both to be throwing the same bait? Is that's paid off either in years past or in practice, one or the other?
A little of both. We've been throwing a little bit of everything. We've been throwing a spinnerbait, this, the frog.
Well, it's about as slick as you could ask for. I said, well, you were throwing the spinnerbait a little earlier, maybe? Or?
Yes. Yeah, right off the bat this morning.
Yeah.
We've been throwing it some.
So y'all are taking your time with it. I mean, this isn't a fast-paced deal.
No. Not for us, it hasn't been, Rob. Nope. We had in mind of going up to the dam at the other end, but I don't think it was going to pull no water in time enough that it would really matter.
It was dependent on that, right?
Too far of a ride to play that game and run 80 miles. And then they not turn the water on, we'd be sitting up there looking at each other.
We've been somewhat restricted to good cell service like we have it here, and that's why we saw y'all and thought we'd get an update. I love hearing the 5.
Yes. We do too. We'd like to have about two more of them.
Well, I told another team 5.5 equals 25. I'm not good with math, but that's 25 pounds.
That's
You're just 4 short right now.
You don't need a calculator to figure that out, do you?
No.
That's my Texas math.
There you go.
Yep. It may happen though. You can't ever tell.
How did pre-fish go?
About the same, slow.
So you're just looking for 5 total bites kind of deal?
Yeah.
I mean 5 right when we go.
We just sort of fishing this isolated cover. Stuff that a lot of folks are overlooking. The banks that look real good, they're getting beat up pretty bad, so just trying to target some isolated stuff that folks may not fish too much.
Well, I'm seeing, I mean, you're throwing to the bank, but you're dragging it back quite a ways in case they might be off of that stuff.
A lot of we got several bites off.
Off, yeah.
But most of them are the smaller fish.
See that big bite base there on the front of their boat. Try and get things dialed in. We going for some special sauce and new plastic?
Same worm. My son works a big bite.
Well, you know we like them. They're one of our sponsors.
Oh, I know.
Like I saw that fish jump up there to the left. Are you seeing a lot of activity now? I know this morning I saw a lot, but how about as the days progressed?
It's slowing down.
Most of fish like that are just gar.
Okay.
Just porpoise a little bit, go on.
Well, these them days you need a nice cold Mountain Dew.
Ooh, that'd be nice. You got one?
I don't. I've got my Black Rifle coffee. I went the wrong direction for the midday portion.
Yeah.
I got to start off with the Black Rifle, then move on to the Mountain Dew.
That's right. Make a cold brew. So you can always go for the Black Rifle cold brew.
Yeah, no, that's true. I should have done the cold brew.
That's right.
Bradley, got any in there? No? Okay. I will have my Black Rifle coffee 100th sip of the morning, though.
Yeah, get you pumped up.
Well, the bad thing about it on a day like today when you know it's going to be 90 is my Yeti has got it just as hot as when it went in. It's coming out the same temperature, so it is very toasty.
There you go.
But on a 90-degree day, I wish it would have kept it just as cold.
Yes.
Like you said, that cold brew would have been a great option. I just didn't have enough foresight.
Well, you know they say hindsight is 20/20.
Mm-hmm. So you like it when you see that wood, you're just trying to stay around that wood, like you move up to the next batch?
Yeah.
So it's not the grass as much as the wood off of the grass that's holding.
Mostly the wood, I think. We've seen a lot of balls of shad balls the last few days, and they're all out.
Uh-huh.
Where we've seen this kind of, a little different in the bank. Hold them up some, maybe. We ran probably 20 miles and just naked bank and caught like that.
Y'all hadn't been doing any moving bait stuff, really, though. Just dragging, slow dragging.
Bait, a little crank bait.
Yeah, you said that early.
Yeah, but that ain't in a fog. But ain't really the right days for that kind of stuff. Early in the morning.
Yeah. We definitely got some stain in the water here.
Yes. Yeah. All right. We love you, but we got to go.
Hey, I love you too, and it's okay. I know you got to take care of business. You still got 4 or 5 pounders to catch.
You're right. You're right, and I hope I do. If I do, I'm gonna say you've done it.
Oh no! I keep coming to people. They keep catching fish. I can't be perfect. I can't be perfect. Even MLB All Pro, if they hit 350, they are great.
That's right. Yes. Well, we'll if we catch them. We'll tell you about it up there.
All right. Good luck, guys.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right. We're going to move around try to find our next victim as I almost went swimming in the Alabama River. We're at Millers Ferry. It's the second stop of the ABT North. They'll be fishing till about 2:30 this afternoon. These guys said they come in at 3:15. Bridgeport Landing is the home site. Again, we still got more than an hour to go here on ABT Live, presented by Black Rifle Coffee. We'll be back with more from Millers Ferry right after this.
This hour's live action is sponsored in part by Garmin, by PowerPole, American Bait Works, Bill Penny Automotive, and by fishalabama.org. There's a lot more to come.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Phil Petty Toyota is Alabama's #1 volume Toyota dealer. But that's not the only reason to get to know Phil Petty. Enjoy a 10-year unlimited warranty on every new Toyota in stock. Get 1 year of 24/7 roadside assistance. Test drive for the chance to win $5,000. You heard right. 5,000 big ones. Plus, choose from over 700 new Toyotas in stock and price to move. Phil Petty Toyota is Alabama's #1 volume Toyota dealer. Get to know us today.
You let me see. Things you let me see.
Some things ain't worth keeping. Yesterday's traditions, today's adventures, tomorrow's memories. Now that's something worth keeping. Fish Alabama and find your keeper.
For more information, visit fishalabama.org.
Welcome back inside the Alabama Bass Trail live studio. We are here at Bridgeport City Landing. You're seeing some clips of this morning's blast off. 100 boats left the facility this morning and on the chase for a $25,000 first place prize and over $100,000 that will be given away today. As I mentioned, we did check back in with one of our boats earlier today. They were reporting earlier they had 8 pounds. Boat number 100, Jason Kilpatrick and Keenan Connell. They say they have 5 fish for 10 pounds. I did get a report from boat number 34, Jonathan Collins and Derek Hicks have 5 fish for 10 pounds. Again, Mark McKeag, Tim Hurst, they're saying they have 5 fish for a little over 10 pounds. Locals that fish here a lot, Bo Spence, Tyler Temple, we did see them boat their 3rd fish, but we did not get an estimated weight from them. So we are out on the water. I think Robbie has caught up with another team. We're going to get back out on the water with him. We've got just about 1 hour left to go. So we'll get back out to Robbie and see who he's with. Robbie?
Boat number 3, Mike Hood, Adam Lynn. I couldn't hear what you said, Kay, but I'm pulling up to every single boat that I can find, working my way towards launch, and I caught up with them and said, guys, you got anything? And you could, but without them saying a word, you could see it in their body language. They have 1 fish, not the right size at that probably, is it? Let this boat pass and get a little bit of a dialogue with them. Might have to swing around, Bradley, if they're going to stay that way. It is a little loud in there. How would you say? We're off the main lake, right in between this little channel of islands. Kind of skinny-ish water in here. No, actually, it's deeper. I did not expect that close to the island. It's 35 feet deep right here. Gonna have to swing around. All right, I'm gonna stay as quiet as I can. Just want to do a hit and run. Tell me about the day and what's the thought being right here?
Brush piles.
Some brush piles in this deeper water.
That's the only way we can help fish. Brush piles. Water stagnant.
Yeah. Finesse front and back. How many of these brush piles do you have? Yeah. Yeah, okay. You seeing bait around these brush piles? What kind of rig you got going on there, Ned? Or yeah. Gave them anything of size to look at? Do they want anything bird girthy or no? Yeah, just try and finesse them to death. Got other boats in the background. Got to get by somehow. You see that little no-wake buoy on there.
I think on a day like today, it's going to really play with some of these lakes.
Yeah.
We're Middle Tennessee guys. We've seen this lake twice.
It's all right. I said that at the start. I wasn't aware that over half of the competitors aren't from Alabama.
Yeah.
There's only like 40% Alabamians. You're one of those, right?
Yes.
Did you pre-fish?
Thursday and Friday.
Did it go any better, or that's what
We
made
caught
you?
them Thursday, which we shipped a lot of fish off. And Friday, we went all the way up 70 miles to the dam.
It didn't work for you?
No current at all.
Okay.
So
Well,
we kind of wasted a day of practice.
when we talked to some of our last anglers, they didn't want to make that run just in case there wasn't any current. I mean, you're committed if you do that, right? So,
yeah.
But on the other end, even if you were thinking about being here, that day of practicing up there took you away from possibilities down here. So I totally understand.
What happened in the South Division when they was here 2 years ago, we fished the South. And our travel partner won it. And that's what happened. A lot of the locals went up and they didn't pull on current. And that's how we caught all our fish. And he caught his fish with those rods. But there was a little current.
You hitting any of his love now? Are these old spots?
We can see the spot it was going on. That's where we started this morning, but they're not there. They're not there.
That's the one good thing about having the Good Old Boy Network, and it just build on it year after year. You help him out maybe at one of your lakes, etc.
It takes a group that trusts each other. You gotta be honest.
But that is the case. You'll see it on the Elite Series. Guys that room together, 2, 3, 4 guys. Guys that travel together. One does well. The other might be struggling on day one. Gives him a little bit of his
It
love.
wasn't just magic.
Yeah.
You gotta work together.
Yeah, you have to. Just like the NASCAR teams, those NASCAR fans out there. You won't see a one-car entry do very well very often. You need to have the help. Get some info from those other cars.
Even
data.
if it's eliminating stuff.
Again, for those of you watching at home, we're on Millers Ferry, second stop at the ABT 100. Trying to get you as many boats as we can. I'm not too far south of launch. Some boats are running the main river down by us. We caught up with boat number 3, Mike Hood, Adam Lynn. One fish that they would love to call. Living off of the brush piles. Said that's really the only way they can get bit, so they're kind of committed to it right now, both doing line stuff. We got Kenneth as well as Jason out there on the water trying to find guys well. And we are limited to cell service as far as bringing you the video and audio. So in case you're wondering how come we're not going to different people or hopping around more, it is not as cellularly active as one would hope.
We're ready to get to Wheeler.
You're going to get your chance at Wheeler. You're going to get your chance at Wheeler. It's not too far.
Me and my regular AD truck, we won it last year.
Yeah, winners last year? Yeah. Kay's neck of the woods. She'd like to be a Wheeler too, but hey, what makes you good on these, and I was telling somebody earlier, is fishing 3 different lakes, different times of the year. I mean, you've got to be well-rounded.
Yeah, you got to be versatile. That's like we're doing right now is definitely not our favorite way to fish.
Yeah. You're not going to be doing this at Wheeler?
No, sir.
No, okay. Just I want to make sure.
Which we did win last year on the same year.
All right, Kenneth. I think we're going to dip out and let these guys focus and concentrate. If you've got somebody, go ahead and bring them on in. We're going to find another team.
I'm ready. Let's go. Boat 33 is Brent Crow, John Maynor. And he says he's got four little ones. Oh, excuse me, Nick Reeves. And he said that he catches the same size fish, whether it's on a spinning rod or it's flipping with 65-pound braid. I did see Sams and Wiggins come out of this creek just a few minutes ago, and I think they said they just had one fish. Brent did ask me if I had an air conditioner. I told him about the only air conditioner I have is running up and down the river. But there's no wind and it's getting kind of warm. So this is where a creek empties out in the main river. And a lot of these places, it's real narrow areas and the creek channel comes out. A lot of it silts up. So where that treetop is, it's laying in the water. That's kind of a point there that's silted up over time, and the creek channel's to the right of that. And that's what Brent's been focusing on, is the actual creek channel itself. Fishing real slow. It's kind of become a pattern I've picked up on here. A lot of the guys are really slowing down, fishing a lot slower than they were earlier this morning. He's talking about the one that he can see on his live scope. Brent's been using Garmin electronics for quite a while now. He's actually used all the different versions. I think we're on 4 or 5 now, but the original Panoptics, which we're running 2 or 3 versions of that, and then Live Scope, and now they're the second version of Live Scope with the LVS 34. Brent's used all that technology. He's been doing it for quite a while. he's another angler that the more we cover, the more we see him take advantage of that technology. But he fishes looking down a lot. Kind of following the creek. Just want to make sure he wasn't just going to turn around and cast from a different angle. He's pitching in that shoreline grass. It's kind of what he was referring to earlier of catches the same size fish, whether he's flipping 65-pound braid or throwing the drop shot on the spinning reel. That actually looks like there's some hyacinth mixed in there. I normally see hyacinth along the river. That's the first place I've seen it. But hyacinth is a little different. It actually floats. So it can create a canopy. When you get hyacinth over areas where it's a little bit deeper water, it can really be a good place to fish, especially now that the sun's gotten up. I can tell that look on his face, like he's not real sure what to do next. But he's going to pull up the trolling motor and make a move. Kind of threw up his hands like he didn't know.
This hour's live action is sponsored in part by Garmin, by PowerPole, American Bait Works, Bill Penny Automotive, and by fishalabama.org. There's a lot more to come.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Stetson Blaylock!
Otten. Head Fury. Let's go.
Garmin Live Scope, I tell you right now, if you don't have it, you are behind. It's just wild. It's like a video game.
If you do not have that Garmin Live Scope, you are definitely missing out.
Bassmaster Classic Champion.
Nobody wants to run out of power when they're on the water. There is a better way. Introducing the Charge Marine Power Management Station from PowerPole that does the work of 3 devices: a traditional battery charger, a charge on the run, and an emergency start system. PowerPole Charge.
This hour's live action is sponsored in part by Garmin, by PowerPole, American Baitworks, Bill Penny Automotive, and by fishalabama.org. There's a lot more to come.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Stetson Blaylock. Todd Otten. Head Fury. Let's go.
Garmin Live Scope, I tell you right now, if you don't have it, you are behind. It's just wild. It's like a video game.
If you do not have that Garmin Live Scope, you are definitely missing out.
Bassmaster Classic Champion.
The TH Marine HydroWave H2 KVD Edition is a surefire way to ignite a feeding frenzy. The HydroWave utilizes a sound-emitting technology that imitates bait fish and other feeding fish below the surface that preys on the competitive nature of bass and other game fish to get you more bites. The HydroWave is another way that TH Marine has you covered from transom to trolling motor. Here are boat 59, Troy Simbeck and Terry McCormick. Guys, how's it going so far?
We got 3 so far.
3, what kind of size?
Just £1.5 pounds.
Okay, 3 pound and a half.
It's tough.
Was it tough in practice?
Yeah. Yeah, it's been tough. We've been here since we got here Tuesday night, then we were down here the week before that for 2 days, and it's been tough every time we've been.
2 other boats in this creek. One's coming out, the other one's fishing around the point. I've seen quite a few boats moving as it's gotten hotter. A lot more guys moving around. I don't know if that's to cool themselves off or if they're just trying to search for something better. It seems to be a lot different conditions than when we were here in 2021. But I remember being here that day and there were actually some fish schooling. So I'm not sure if these guys will sit here long enough to potentially encounter something like that or not. Boat wake from that boat that took off should settle down here in a second. So we've had 3 cameras on the water covering today, and we get too far downriver towards the dam and we kind of lose signal, and then we kind of have the same thing going upriver. So this river goes a long way. I know there's several boats that ran up towards Selma this morning. I know at least one boat that's gone beyond that, which is a pretty good haul. So, you know, there's a lot of teams that we have not been able to cover just because we don't have good enough service to do that. So we've been fortunate to get on quite a few teams and seen some action this morning, and quite a few teams that have some fish in the boat, but there's still a lot of teams that we have not been able to talk to that, you know, may show a different story once we get to weigh-in time. This is another area that really benefits from current, and we really have no current right now.
Out here, guys.
All right. Making a move. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're making a move here. Let's send it back to the studio and let you tell us how nice and cool it is in that studio today.
Actually, to be honest with you, Kenneth, it is pretty warm in here right now. I haven't been able to use the air conditioner because we've been in and out of live, so it is getting really warm inside the Alabama Bass Trail Live studio. I do notice online that some people are asking about Chase and Chad Schroeder. They're also asking about Trey and Leon Wade, and we have sent them text messages asking them to update us on what they have. They are in an area of the lake that we do not have cell service, so I have texted them to see if we can find out what they have. I will try to do a couple of other teams that are local to the area as well to see if they can respond, but we have not been able to get to those guys today. I show that we've covered about 28 teams. Our largest limit right now is 5 fish for 13 pounds, and that would be Jason Kilpatrick and Keenan Connell. And then Jonathan Collins and Derek Hicks, they're reporting 5 fish for 10 pounds. Brian Stifler, Wesley Gore had 4 fish for 10 and a quarter pounds. So that's kind of what we're looking at. From what I'm hearing out on the water, it's that 9 to 11 pound range is going to be probably pretty busy today. That's going to be a pretty much kind of where a lot of these guys are going to fall. So it's going to make the points race even tighter and that top 20 payday even tighter. But again, like Kenneth mentioned, a ton of these guys are fishing in areas that we can get to in our boats, but we're not going to be able to report to you live there because of cell service. So we are really limited in rural Alabama as to how far we can go to catch up with these teams. So I know Robbie is with the team right now, so we're going to get back out on the water with him, and I think he's on boat number 99. Let me look and see who that is. Roger Shiflett and Jeff Milner. So Robbie, talk about it.
Yeah, Raj and Hefe making some long casts. Hasn't been the day you've wanted. Tell me about it.
Well, we probably had about 5 or 6 bites this morning early.
Whoop, your partner just missed one.
And lost 2 of them. So we got 2 small ones in live well.
Okay, 2 small, what, just a couple pounds?
Yeah, probably not even that. 2
Okay.
12 inches.
Is that a shad-looking trap on there?
Yeah, we started throwing these. We caught one we had this morning on a swim jig.
Okay.
I kind of got off of that, so we're trying something different.
See, nice little shady dock up there. Have you been flipping those or trying to target any of these docks?
Caught one about 3 pounds Thursday on that one right there.
Okay, so you're working your way towards it now?
Yeah.
Some
We
boat.
tried that dock already this morning. Us and about 10 other boats in here.
So a couple of lipless crankbaits trying to vibrate them in here and activate it. Caught a 3-pounder earlier in the week off that dock there, so they're trying to work their way that way. You see, I mean, there's a lot of stuff. There's shade, places they can get underneath, overhangs. Then this dock here, there's a lay down in front, a couple of ramps. Have you seen many people today?
Yeah, there's been a bunch of folks fishing around here.
Stay to the right a little bit.
Yeah, we decided we'd stay close for practice. We didn't do much. We tried other places way off. We caught most of our fish really in practice close around here, so that's where we just hung out.
Getting a little toasty. That long sleeve, it's actually probably like air conditioning. That sweat just keeps cooling down, right?
Okay. It's good and hot today.
All right, maybe this will be magic time. We go from the the trap to flipping something. Right there. Nice little 2-box, Jason. We've been throwing the lipless crankbait, and now we found a nice big dock with a lot of stuff at and around it. We'll flip it. I caught one of the biggest fish on my home lake outside with a lipless crankbait, outside a dock, just like this.
Oh, perfect. 43. Kevin Allman and Jack Tibbs. We're on boat 43. Kevin Allman and Jack Tibbs got 4 fish in the box for about 8 pounds. We had to make a run to come back down past takeoff. We chased a couple guys and got out of cell service, so that's why you missed us. The sun's out, bluebird skies, getting hot. Summertime is here at the Alabama River. Guys were talking earlier this week, they were kind of pulling current around the noon hour. I know a lot of guys on the main river are looking for some of that to kind of make its way down here. When we were out running around, we did see a lot of guys moving around. A lot of guys are still kind of backs of pockets off the main river. There were a few guys on the main river. And those guys are definitely going to be waiting for that current to kind of come in. We did catch up with Lee Pitts earlier. I think y'all saw him on live, and he's kind of got a little spot off the main river, that a little bar that's got a little hard spot on it that's waiting for the current to kind of push those fish up there.
Again, just sticking with these guys. Again, tagging around this tag team. Now I'm going both with jigs, like a swim jig, more conventional maybe on the front. Trying to find a dock that would work its magic, or maybe even this grass. Didn't get any takers. Kind of surprising. I mean, the sun, I know Jason talked about it. I think it's mid-80s right now. It's supposed to be. Even they just asked me how toasty I am, and it's very toasty with these pants on. You can see most of the anglers out here with shorts today. Supposed to get low 90s. I think it's about the 85 or so right now, but it is warm. Water temperature heating up, so it's already right at 80 degrees right now for the water temp. And I think we started this morning around 76, 78, depending on where you were. How many docks have you hit? Very many or no?
Everything you see between here and down yonder.
Yeah. That's just surprising with the sun being out and as bright as it is. They're not kind of getting up underneath some of that stuff.
Coming off beds, coming out to the ends of them, not working out.
Yeah. Got some gar activity. Don't worry, we didn't see or hear that.
I need my jig. You heard about that guy with that gun down here, didn't you?
That was here?
Yeah.
We won't talk about that. I did hear about a big alligator being caught out here, though.
We've seen a few of them, not no big ones. 3, 4.
Evidently, the state record was caught just right down the way.
Really?
Yeah. Like, how far? 16, 12 foot? How far? Which number? 16 foot.
We've seen a couple 4-footers.
Well, imagine 4 of them nose to tail, and it's still, it was heavy too. How much did it weigh? It was over 1,000 pounds. Yeah, I don't want to see that one. No crocket gators. There's some there. I've swam with them. On accident.
Better update when you come to our house on Smith.
But we'll get our chance. What is it? October? November? What do you think it's going to take to win at Smith Lake at the final ABT?
November?
Yeah.
17, 18, 17, yeah.
Okay.
We come in third in Bass Fest last year with 16 and a half.
At that time of the month? Or time of the year?
It's first October, but it gets good.
I'll always remember that snowy day in October. I was there, what, 2 years ago?
Wiggins brothers beat us one year. We had 17 and a half. They had a little over 18.
Who did?
Jesse and Jordan Wiggins.
Never heard of them. Actually, they were supposed to be here today.
Jesse's headed to New York, or Cayuga Lake.
Did you see Jordan this morning, though? I didn't see him. I called him out. But
They're both headed up there. He's got that MLF up there in Cayuga.
so, see, between the two of them.
I think both their partners are having to by themselves. I don't know where Jordan's at. Jesse's headed up there. Jordan Lee, he's probably headed that way too.
Yeah, I'm sure he is. But when you're big time, like, Jesse and Jordan like that, I mean, you surely got a boat driver. You just fly first class into those spots.
That ain't what Jesse said.
Yeah,
Well, you gotta be tough to do all that.
I think that people think they want to be a touring pro, and, it's always a good life and chance to win 100 or hundreds of thousands of dollars, or here, like you can win $25,000 today, right? I mean,
Yep.
But it's not an easy life.
You do all that they do, though, you're gonna spend 75 or 80 just doing it.
So it's a toasty one here on Millers Ferry. We got about 15 minutes left in our show. We're going to regroup and get ready for our Busch Light wrap up. Again, there's 100 boats out there trying to catch the biggest 5-fish limit, and they'll come across the stage starting at 2:30 this afternoon. Stick with us. We'll have our wrap up here in just a bit. Again, Millers Ferry, the second stop of the ABT 100.
This hour's live action is sponsored in part by Garmin, by Power Pole, American Bait Works, Bill Penny Automotive, and by fishalabama.org. There's a lot more to come.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats. Built by anglers, for anglers.
The perfect checking account doesn't exist. Not at a bank, that is. So why do you keep looking there? At AmFirst, you can get no minimum balance or monthly fees, an instant issue debit card, and free checks with unlimited check writing. But who doesn't want more? Like a rewards program you'll actually use, and convenient digital tools that make it easy to manage your account from anywhere. Now you could try and find that at a bank, or you could save yourself the trouble by checking with us.
No, looks like boneless wings are back at Jack's. And people love them so much, there's bound to be a napkin shortage. Juicy, boneless chicken wings in 3 bold, mouth-watering flavors. Try the tangy honey barbecue, that craveable sweet and spicy, or the zesty classic buffalo. What is a shirt anyway, if not one giant napkin?
You'll go back to Jack for more.
Jack's, all about the South.
Big companies get bigger and bigger and talk about their fancy labs where they study fish behavior. But then they all go golfing on the weekend. We don't have a large laboratory to test baits. Why, you ask? We don't need a big laboratory because our pros fish, our employees fish, our salespeople fish, our suppliers fish, our mold builders fish, our owners fish, and our kids fish. This is our laboratory. Our R&D comes from time on the water, learning how to make fish bite. We don't have other hobbies. We fish. We fish all year in all conditions across the whole country. All that time on the water brings us thousands of hours of testing new products and improving current ones for all species. We're a family-owned U.S. company that has many of our products made in America by American workers. The products we don't make in America, we make in Guatemala, which supports many families in that country as well.
In that little 4-box. Yeah. I'm saying make sure he stays there.
All right, here we are for the Bush Light Breakdown from the Alabama River. It has been a beautiful day of fishing. We've seen a lot of fish catches this morning. We made the run up north. We stopped really quick on a little pocket off the right side of the river, caught up with Mark McKegg and Tim Hurst. Already had 4 fish in the box. They were throwing back little ones. The game today is catching as big a fish as you can. Yes, it's a points race, but the points race just gets a big, nice heavyweight belt. There's no chance for the Bass Team Nation or anything like that. So here, the guys really want to win that $25,000. So they're doing the best they can to catch the biggest fish they can to be able to do that in that first place finish. So we made the run north, caught up with Mark McKegg first, then we bounced around a couple other teams, and they were mixing it up. We had teams fishing the river, and we had teams fishing the pockets off the river. The teams that were fishing the river really were looking for the current, and we didn't have any current at this point. So it's been a slow day for those guys fishing the river. We caught up with the arm Lee Pitts. He had 1 bite, and that bite happened when we first pulled up on him. He's fishing a spot that really needs some current. I think later in the day as it comes along, the current's going to happen. We did catch up with some teams that are fishing that backwater, and they were catching fish. So running the bank, running grass, running shallow water, really able to produce a bite. So they're catching numbers, but they're not really catching a big size yet. So we haven't really seen anybody that has a really big bag yet, but we've seen a lot of guys catching numbers. So they're going to have to weed through all of those numbers to be able to really upgrade by ounces. It's really important that you get every ounce you can in the boat in this tournament. So the weights are going to be really tight when we come in later today. So it's going to be decided by ounces, who gets a check, who doesn't get a check. So as we kick on down the list here, let's see who else has got a team on the lake.
Well, Jason, you know, when we took off this morning, we started fairly close to takeoff because we wanted to get on a team as soon as boats got finished blasting off. And, you know, a lot of guys fishing shoreline cover, fishing frogs, fishing some top water, swimming a jig. Guys really trying to cover a lot of water, trying to take advantage of that early bite. We know by talking to several teams this morning that several of them took advantage of that morning bite and caught them pretty good. I think the key really is going to be we've kind of gotten in a lull. Once that sun got up and got high, we've gotten in a lull. Seen a lot of teams struggling, a lot of teams really slowing down, not sure what to do. I think it's the teams that make the adjustments this afternoon. Now that it's gotten hot, the teams that make the adjustment, those are the ones that are probably going to move themselves up the leaderboard as the day goes on. Jason mentioned Lee Pitts out on the river channel looking for current. He's actually in this creek where I'm at now. And so that's one of the things I've seen. We were here June of 2021, and I distinctly remember that tournament that along the river channel here, boats were just lined up. I mean, they were all sharing water. It was just boat to boat to boat all the way up the river channel. This year, it seems like it's a lot less of that. More teams are in these creeks, in the pockets. You see a lot of shoreline cover that these guys are really targeting. I think they're hoping that maybe the lack of current out on the river has these fish in the creeks and pockets a little bit more active. They're targeting this cover that's along the shoreline, hoping that they can really catch a kicker and really help their bag. We know a lot of teams have a lot of fish. The key is going to be 3 pounds or better. Talked to a team this morning that had a 5-pounder and a 3-pounder, but that's the only 2 he had. So that's a good start. They just have to finish that out. So teams that have the 3-pound plus fish, a 5-pound plus would certainly be considered a kicker here and would be a true difference maker, but you have to have a limit. Ounces are going to mean the difference of a lot of places. It's going to be really interesting once we get to weigh-ins to see the teams that had the success and how they did it. We'll certainly have that on for you live as well, so be sure to tune in this afternoon for the weigh-ins. It really should be exciting. Should be a lot of fish brought in, and really looking forward to it. I know Robbie had talked to several other teams out on the water, so let's pitch it over to him and let him give us a rundown of what he has seen throughout today.
Well, you mentioned, Kenneth, 5 and a 3 for one team. They're halfway there. That team just needs to catch 2 of the same type of fish and maybe 1 other, and they're up to that 18 mark. Because talking to these anglers, I question whether it would take 20 pounds to win this event. We know there's 20 out there living somewhere. There's more than 20 living out there somewhere, but 18 seems to be the mark that everyone thinks could take the title. Early on, Jason Kilpatrick, Keenan Connell, they caught fish in a way that they weren't necessarily expecting at that time. But they were the last boat to take off, boat 100. So they took off last. They're hoping to finish first. They were hitting a little grass stretch, a little mat stretch with a frog and had 4 fish. I think they had their limit in that area, and they really weren't expecting it at that time. Once they did that, they went out closer to the main river and started hitting like those straight walls, those stand-up sticks, like tulies that they would call them in California, and really tried power fishing. Even though they were flipping, they were burning some water. Whenever they would see a little wood, they'd slow down, take a little time. I know we weren't able to get that on camera for you. We were out in cell service. But when I pulled up to them, they had a limit already, and they had 13 pounds. So they were looking for more 5-pounders. They had 1 5-pounder in the well. So they had a plan. They caught them early in a way they didn't necessarily expect. But that just gives you all the confidence in the world to deliver at the end of the day. The current is what is key. We talked to teams saying, do I make that long run and chance that they pull current? Because if they don't, you made a long run probably for nothing. But again, we can only cover so many teams at one time, and some of our favorites we couldn't even find out on the water within cell service today. So, okay, there's a lot of unknowns out there. We start at 2:30 at Bridgeport Landing. We're going to find out who has the best 5-fish limit, but we already know one team, boat number 100, has at least 13 plus in their live wells so far.
You know, Robbie, that's exciting to know that early in the day they have 13 pounds, but I did reach out to some of those teams we couldn't necessarily get to, so I want to report on those. Chase and Chad Schroeder report to me they have 9 pounds, so they've had a lot of misses, and now they're having trolling motor issues, so they're currently being mechanics out there on their boat, so not the day they were hoping for. Gabe Aldridge, Mitchell Hall, reporting he has 5 fish, 1 4-pounder, and 4 littles to go along with it. Justin Mott and Randall Hamilton, another team that love the Alabama River, showing about 4.5 pounds. So that's kind of where we are. We did not get a report from Trey and Leon Wade, but hopefully we'll get a report back from them in a little bit, and we'll be able to give you that. I do want to just remind everyone that weigh-in does start today at 2:30 here at Bridgeport City Landing. Once you come in, you'll need to use the overflow parking for parking. Please don't park in the interior part of the parking lot for the guys to be able to pull their boats into and weigh their fish more efficiently. So please park in the alternate parking lot or in the overflow parking over to the left-hand side when you enter Bridgeport Landing. Weigh-in starts at 2:30. We expect the first bass to come across the stage sometime about 2:40, 2:45, because it is going to take them a minute to trailer and get ready for the weigh-in. So please make sure to bring out your lawn chairs, your blankets, also maybe an umbrella to protect you from this sun. But as you're looking there at beautiful Bridgeport Landing in Camden, Alabama, this is the second stop of the Alabama Bass Trail 100. Presented by Phoenix Boats. We're happy to be here. Happy to bring you the live show presented by Black Rifle Coffee. Thank you guys for tuning in today. We'll be back at 2:30 this afternoon. Y'all have a blessed day.
talked earlier about, really seeing these wholesome teams that get their canoes.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Bill Petty Toyota is Alabama's #1 volume Toyota dealer. But that's not the only reason to get to know Bill Petty. Enjoy a 10-year unlimited warranty on every new Toyota in stock. Get 1 year of 24/7 roadside assistance. Test drive for the chance to win $5,000. You heard right. 5,000 big ones. Plus, choose from over 700 new Toyotas in stock and price to move. Bill Petty Toyota is Alabama's #1 volume Toyota dealer. Get to know us today.
You let me see. Things you let me see.
Some things ain't worth keeping. Yesterday's traditions, today's adventures, tomorrow's memories. Now that's something worth keeping. Fish Alabama and find your keeper.
For more information, visit fishalabama.org.